You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Pull.
Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands.
Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com/Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. TGI Friday, Braves Country. Got a full slate of Major League Baseball, got some practice games, NFL preseason, the big one. All gets going tonight, 7:10 Eastern, first pitch. We'll have play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves right here on Braves Country HD. Find us today on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country HD will bring you the Braves Mets all 4 games of the series. And tonight, it's Uncle Charlie on the mound, Charlie Morton versus Tyler McGill. Morton 10-10 on the year with a 3.86 ERA. McGill 6-5 with a 5.45. Braves are -178 on the money line. Over/under is 9.5. Other games of interest around the diamond. You got the Guardians heading into Tampa Bay to take on the Rays. 6:40 first pitch. Curry versus Savali. Yankees are at the Marlins tonight. Luzardo on the bump for Miami. Twins and Phillies 7:05. Dallas Keuchel sighting in the city of brotherly love. Christopher Sanchez on the mound for Philly, looking for his first win, but he does have a 3.44 ERA. Cubs and Blue Jays 7:07. Assad versus Berrios in Toronto. Red Sox host the Tigers. Chris Sale makes his comeback. Angels and Astros 8:10 Eastern. Detmers versus Verlander. The Brewers are in Chicago to take on the White Sox at 8:10. While the Padres and Diamondbacks square off in a battle of 2 teams fighting for a wild card berth. Blake Snell versus Ryan Nelson. Baltimore goes out west to take on the Mariners. Gibson versus Castillo. And the Dodgers host the Rockies. Lance Lynn versus Gomber. In the National Football League, the preseason officially got going with week 1 last night. But tonight, your Atlanta Falcons are in Miami to take on the Dolphins. 7 o'clock Eastern, Atlanta -1.5 on the money line. Over/under is 37. Packers at the Bengals at 7. Giants at the Lions at 7. while the Steelers are at the Buccaneers. Tampa Bay, a 3-point dog at home. The Commanders are a 3-point favorite in Cleveland. The Broncos are at the Cardinals, 10 o'clock Eastern, the late game on the NFL Network. News out of the NFL, Las Vegas Raiders added running back depth by signing Damian Williams, his agent announced on Friday. Terms of the deal were not disclosed. Williams adds a veteran presence as the team adjusts to the absence of Josh Jacobs on his holdout. They also have Zamir White and Amir Abdullah in camp. Kansas City Chiefs announced that they will be limiting Patrick Mahomes' play in the first quarter this week, as expected for most of the NFL. Most starters aren't expected to play. The ones that do will only play one series. Week 2, more likely to have the dress rehearsal getting ready for the regular season. Tennessee Titans assistant coach Terrell Williams, who will serve as the head coach for Saturday's preseason game in the opener against the Bears on Thursday, gave Mike Vrabel credit for being forward-thinking and giving him an opportunity. Vrabel presented the idea to Williams a couple of weeks ago. Assistant coaches have called plays or handled increased workload in spot duty, but taking over as the head coach for a game is unprecedented. Quote, Mike Vrabel deserves a lot of credit, Williams said. Hopefully more coaches will give assistant coaches opportunities to do this because there's nothing better than actually getting the experience. Williams has coached the Titans defensive line since 2018 when Mike Vrabel became head coach. Vrabel promoted Williams to assistant head coach this past offseason. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub call. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
To Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. It's time to go into Gotham and squash what little bit of hope they have left. Let's go, Braves Country.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. He's the all-American man.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Doing pretty good. I would say this series would seem a little bigger if the Mets had played much better, but we're still going into New York. We're still going in 4 games in 3 days, and you want to see the Braves win the series. Bare minimum, you want to see a split, right? You don't want to see anything where they're out there struggling to get through a series with the Mets team that has been all in all just packed it in. But they've still got some pretty good players, and I would just like to see Atlanta go out and play a good series, go out there and get at least 2 wins, if not 3. It's so difficult to even fathom a sweep, a 4-game sweep, because not only do the Mets still have some good players, two of the games are on the same day, a doubleheader, and doubleheaders in Major League Baseball, everything has to go right. It almost takes a little luck to be able to get a doubleheader sweep. So that's why I'm saying let's set our sights on the series win. You can never assume any kind of sweep in Major League Baseball, but especially when you're playing 4 games in 3 days. When you look at the series and you want to know what's going on with it, let's go ahead and jump into that really quick. By the way, the Braves lineup is out. It's going to be Acuna, Ozzie, Riley, Matt Olson. No change there. Travis d'Arnaud is getting the start over Sean Murphy. I think a lot of this has to do why they're going back and forth, back and forth. A, Murphy has not really been swinging that great of a bat lately. And B, we're getting into August. We're getting into the dog days. The Braves have a big lead, and they want to make sure the two guys stay healthy. That's really what when it comes down to the end of it. If you had them in a room, there was no bugs or anything, no one's recording anything. You say, why does it now feel like it's every other day? The number one reason is it's August, it's hot, and they want the guys to kind of not exactly put it in cruise control, but not go full bore. When we get to September, you're going to see them ramp it up a little bit more. And then when we get to the very, very end, you're going to see them manage some days. But I think the Braves will play the majority of the days because assuming that they hold on to win the division, that's going to be a big break. And the last thing you want are your guys to go through what happened last year. I don't think it's going to be the same situation because last year, we've talked about this a million times, but once again, the Braves went flat after chasing down the Mets all summer long. Mets, it's funny, Mets fans have acted as though that the Mets just absolutely choked away the 2022 NL East title. It's not what happened. The Braves just played incredibly well and caught them. Yeah, they had a 10.5 game lead. But the Mets, when you win 100 games plus, I believe the two had 101 wins, right? You didn't suck down the stretch. So what happened with the Mets, I think they ran out of gas along with the Braves. I think it was a mentally as well as physically taxing summer. This year shouldn't be the same way because Atlanta's got the big lead and you can kind of hit on cruise control. But you don't want to keep playing the way we've been playing recently. So hopefully some of this gets worked out. Now you've got Olsen, you've got d'Arnaud at 5th, Ozuna at 6th, no shock there. Right-handers on the mound, Rosario's in left. Arcia's back at 8th. Harris is batting 9th, and Charlie Morton is on the mound tonight. So Charlie Morton goes to the mound, and you're going to have him going against Tyler McGill. Tyler McGill, who is 6-5 with a 5.45. Braves ought to be able to get to him. They've gotten him to in the past. Usually with the deals with Tyler McGill, if he's on, he looks really good the first time through the lineup. When you come through the second time, and especially the third time, if he makes it that long, that's when teams tend to tee off on him because he's got a pretty good fastball, but it's hittable. And all his other stuff kind of works off of that. And after you go through the first time, I'm a little surprised that over the years they haven't just relegated him to the bullpen because I think Tyler McGill could actually be a solid arm if you just – some guys are just never going to be great starting pitchers. That doesn't mean that they can't be a piece for you, right? McGill's got a solid fastball. It reaches into the low to mid-90s depending on the day, essentially, but he has a solid fastball. I really have never understood why they don't put him in the bullpen. But he's starting tonight, continues to start, and there you have that. The game tomorrow, 2 games tomorrow, it's going to be a doubleheader. Spencer Strider right now is being penciled in as the early starter, no shock. They're normally the guy that gets the billing gets to choose, and most of them want to pitch the early game to get it over with so that they can rest, right? Because then you get more rest. But it's Strider versus Quintana on tomorrow's the 1:00 game. And then it is a split doubleheader. They're not going to go back to back. It is a split doubleheader. Part of me that loves that, part of me that hates that. Because when you're doing all these games, it basically chunks out your entire day. But I do kind of like the fact that we're going to get the rest. So because we're going to get the rest, we're definitely going to bring you. This is assuming the weather is going to be good. Someone in the chat yesterday was talking about the weather was in question on Saturday and Sunday. Not the case. I looked at it this morning. Not the case at all. They should get the games in. It's very, very little chance of rain in the area on Saturday afternoon and Saturday and Sunday afternoon. So very little chance of rain. If there's any rain, they're going to get the games in because we're talking about it's a very small block. Unless something changes and pops up out of nowhere, right now it looks like we're good to go. Tomorrow night's game, the starters haven't been announced. Why is that? Because you got to wait until the game ends tonight to be able to expand your roster. And the guys who are going to start tomorrow night are probably going to be the ones that are added to the roster. Now, Spencer Strider could change his mind, and they haven't really officially put it out there. This is just what they're going off of for MLB. The Braves have noted that Strider is going to pitch on Saturday, and the assumption is it's the 1:00 game. He could pitch the late game. He could change his mind and say, you know what? I want to be able to sleep in a little bit. I want to work on some things, et cetera, et cetera. Regardless, we're going to get a doubleheader tomorrow, and that'll be 7:15 first pitch. So assuming the first game ends in tidy order, we'll get about a 3-hour break in between the two games. And they're doing that because the original game was rained out, and they do not want to have to give the Mets fans. And now you look at it now, and you're like, dude, y'all are really doing something dirty to the Mets fans. Really. This is dirty. I know they want to make their money. But you put a crap season out there. What are they, 10 games under 500? The Met fan that wants to go out to Citi Field to watch these games, they should be rewarded with a twin bill on a Saturday afternoon. I'm just going to say that's what. So I think you're going to get probably a pretty dead crowd tomorrow morning in New York. And the Saturday night game is the one they're more to flock to because it's August. It's going to be hot. It's not as hot up there as it is down here, but it's hotter than what they're used to. It's supposed to be in the low 80s, which I know here is basically Christmas Day, but or mid 80s. I'm sorry, the 85, 86 at first pitch tomorrow. So I expect it to be kind of a dead crowd on the day game and kind of a more lively crowd on the night game. Couple of guys that come to mind. It's not going to be AJ Smith-Shawver because he pitched 2 days ago. He pitched Wednesday, I believe. It was either Tuesday or Wednesday. Regardless, that doesn't line him up to pitch on Saturday. So we'll kind of know by tonight, I would think, because it'll be between a few guys. But obviously, if someone pitches in Gwinnett tonight, they're not pitching tomorrow in New York. So you'll probably be right now. The speculation is Winans or Soroka. And as the game approaches, we'll double check and see who actually does pitch. So you can't go by who's scheduled because all the time in Major League Baseball, there'll be a guy scheduled for a AA, AAA game, and then they get yanked at the last second. And it's been planned all along, and they just haven't updated or whatever. And that guy's on a bus heading to the airport to head to where he needs to go. So there you have that. So tomorrow's game is Spencer Strider, plus it could be Soroka. I'd kind of like to see, after what I saw from Winans, not super impressed by him. It was a solid thing that they did and let him go out there and get the start in front of his family. I love that. But I'm not going to freak out if it's Winans. I'm fine with it. I think the bats will carry the day because tomorrow is Strider versus Quintana. It's probably going to be a pretty low scoring game. The Mets actually hit Strider pretty well. We all know that he struggles last time. I feel like he's going to come out fired up. And Jose Quintana, don't let the 0-3 record fool you. He's got a 3.42 ERA. He just came off the IL recently. He's actually pitched really well. Solid. I'll say solid. And he's probably going to be in their plans for next year. They could trade him at the winter meetings, but right now he's an affordable piece for next year for them to start building long term. We'll talk more about the Mets and the direction that they're going in tonight's game. Once again, 7:10, first pitch, right here on Braves Country HD. Find us on YouTube today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. And it's pretty simple. If you go to YouTube and you put Braves Country into their search engine, you're going to find our logo with Braves Country across it, and you're going to see all the views and all the likes from previous broadcasts. And there you have that. Was it from tomorrow? We're about a month. I think we're 4 Saturdays away from the Armchair Quarterback Kickoff Show coming back as well. Putting together all the fantasy leagues that we're in, trying to narrow them down. The guys that are involved in the show, and a lot of guys that chime into the show and everything that have been in these leagues for a while, we've actually drawn them back because I'm in some other leagues, and it's gotten to the point where I'm like, I can't do this. And this is too much. I'm doing radio 24/7 in some form or fashion, working at the restaurant, and then trying to be a general manager of 48 football teams. No, I'm done. So I'm hoping to get to a nice round number. Like I said, I want to be somewhere in the dozen range of fantasy football leagues. It's been too much over the last several years. It's fun, but sometimes it's time to take on a little less. All right, Sunday's game, it's a night game, and that's going to be a pickle because Kodai Senga, who the Braves have not seen yet, has been pitching well, 8-6 with a 3.24 ERA. Cheerios, Yanni Chirinos is back at it again. So get ready for that nonsense because that's why tonight's such a big night for the Braves. Because if you don't win tonight, you put yourself behind the 8 ball. I see someone chiming in. No, the Mets will not make the wild card. They are so far buried. It's over. It's over. If you want to look at the standings real quick, have some fun with this. The Mets are, I mean, what are they? 7 games back of the last wild card spot. And they would have to jump to make just to make a wild card. They would have to jump the Padres, the Diamondbacks, the Reds, the Cubs, and the Marlins. You got to outplay 5 other teams with, what do they have? They have 114. So you're talking about less than 50 games left, 48 games left in the season. Practically impossible. And if you're going to make this move, you can't do it when you're going 3-7 in your last 10. So that's a big fat no-no. Mets are not making the playoffs. If they thought they were even going to think about sniffing the playoffs, they wouldn't have traded Verlander. They wouldn't have traded Scherzer. Do I think they probably should have held on to them, considering what they told the Mets fans in the spring? Yeah, they probably should have. They probably should have said, hell, we need to go ahead and let's go make a charge. But that's not what they did. And they essentially when they did that and they traded their closer, they waved the white flag. They threw away the season. And at the time, let's say the Mets had played a little better over the last 11 days. Just a little better. They could be 4 games out of the walk. Basically, if you didn't spit the bit and go 3-7 in your last 10, let's say you flip that around. Not necessarily, you don't even have to go 7-3. Let's say you went 6-4. That's 3 more games in the standings, and you'd be sitting right behind the Padres at 4 out. But the Padres still have a pulse. It's over. You could sweep the Braves this weekend. It's still over because you don't have the pitching. You never had the hitting. And the way they built that roster, we talked about it in the offseason. I talked about it in the spring. I'll say it again, and I'll probably be able to say it again going into next year. Billy Epler doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's building an offense that for whatever reason he thinks is going to work, but it has never clicked. Last year, for like spurts, it clicked, but the Mets really won last year because they had very good starting pitching and a solid bullpen. They did not win 101 games last year because their offense was fantastic. There's hole after hole after hole in that offense. Lindor this year stinks. Pete Alonso is not who Pete Alonso normally is. And to top it off, not only do you no longer have Scherzer and Verlander trying to keep the score lower so you have a chance to win, Starling Marte's been hurt. And Starling Marte was a big part of their offense. Brandon Nimmo, who they just signed to a 8-year deal worth over $160 million. He's been okay. Remember someone at me on social media a few weeks back saying, oh, he's actually been pretty good. No, he hasn't. He's been okay. There's a big difference between okay and pretty good. And when you are making $160 million, okay actually equates into stinks. He's overpaid. For whatever reason, they thought they couldn't lose him. I'd have let him walk. I would have called his bluff, essentially. No one was paying Brandon Nimmo the money that Cohen threw at him. Waste of money. So a guy that supposedly is this genius and one of the richest guys in America, he's kind of a buffoon when it comes to baseball and the finances because he has overspent time and time again. He overspent on Verlander. He overspent on Scherzer. You don't pay aging pitchers in their 40s $43 million a year. He did that to try to make a splash, say, look at me, look what I can do. Yeah, look what you can do. Congratulations, hero. You blew last year. Didn't win the division. They got bounced at home against the Padres in the first round. And then this year, you're not even going to make it past the Miami Marlins. You'll be fortunate if the Washington Nationals don't catch you. So that's what's going on in Mets baseball. Mets baseball is a complete rebuild next year. I hate to tell you, Mets fans, they're going to add a couple of pieces and make you think something's changing. It's going to be another sucko season. What they really need to do is tear the whole damn thing down, get younger, build around nothing but prospects, go ahead and take a back seat like the Braves did for a couple of seasons. You come back 2-3 years later, you are ready to rock. Braves have won that division 5 years in a row. They did it because they took a couple of steps back. They won the World Series. Astros took a step back, won the World Series. Cubs, same thing, won the World Series. It has been proven that if you build within and not try to just buy everything off the pay for the highest bid, you will win in baseball quicker than you will do any of that others. It's a waste of money, a waste of time if you're a Mets fan. All right, let's go ahead and pick to click tonight with McGill on the mound. Give me Matt Olson. Matt Olson, righty-lefty combo, sees him a couple of times. Booyah out the yard. Going to go with that, and I'll say Charlie Morton pitches a little better. Braves win tonight. We'll take 6-2. 6-2 Atlanta. Maybe 6-3, but 6-2. And there you go. All right, let's take a quick break. Bobby is in the bullpen. We are coming right back here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in. Got a lot to do and a little time to do it. Keep it locked in here on 99.1 FM, WQEE, and Braves Country on YouTube.
Try to stop smoking. That's a beauty, huh? Well, with cigarettes, my wife and I, we made a deal, my wife and I. We only smoke after sex. I got the same pack now since 1975. What bothers me is my wife. She's up to 3 packs a day.
We're down to 1 strike here. It's 0-2. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop, baby. All throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Armchair.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Your true friends are the people in your life that totally get your inside jokes, your unique style, most important, what you want to eat. Taco Bell knows that when you get together with your real friends, it doesn't matter what you're doing, but hey, it might as well be something that everybody can get into, like the Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack with 4 crunchy tacos and 4 beefy 5-layer burritos. So even if you're all sitting around doing absolutely nothing, you know you'll still have a good time. It's Taco Bell's Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack. Get it for the friends that get it.
You're listening to WQEE, the Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves country, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Key and youtube.com @Braves Country.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Nobody's got anything bad to say about Dustin Pedroia.
Okay, if he didn't mention Dustin Pedroia, I wouldn't have said a word. But the fact that he mentioned Big Papi in the steroid era, when you want to bring that clown, that joke of a player up, they broke a great player. Ted Williams was one of the greatest players ever, and the fact that you would bring the fact up that he broke his record after he's pumping steroids in his behind, I don't want to hear about it.
Telling Wooten to pick a better Red Sox.
You could have picked 10 better Red Sox than Big Papi.
I like him. I'm a Red Sox fan.
Of course you like him. You like the Gators. You like Aerosmith. There's a lot of things you like that the rest of the world don't. I'm just throwing it out there. Dude looks like a lady. I'm just saying. Throwing it out there.
I don't know much, but I know one thing. Billy Bills gets to show game ball today.
Armchair.
Welcome back. Braves country. Bobby, it looks like we got Ohio State football to talk about today.
Okay.
According to the email I sent out to you several weeks ago.
Gotcha.
I like how you look surprised. Prepared.
I got all my stuff. I forgot to write that down. I do have all my stuff about the draft. I've been so focused on that. I have like 15 teams written down.
Don't worry about the big picture. Ohio State football getting started. Man, we're technically 2 weeks away from college football because week 0, as they call it, which is a stupid name, but week 0 begins 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's called week 0. I mean, it's week 1 of college football, but
they already call it week 1 like years in advance, and they're like, I don't know what to call it. We'll call it 0.
Yeah.
But it actually is week 0 this year because there's not really a lot to get excited about. There's a reason why we're not doing a show until September 9th.
Yeah.
There's really not a lot to get excited about. There's a little bit to get excited about Labor Day weekend, but with all the fantasy stuff going on, I'm sorry, but if you don't play fantasy football, I don't know what to tell you, but Labor Day weekend is fantasy football weekend. It's just kind of become the thing if you're a fantasy football player, and there's just no way to squeeze in a show. We are going to do on that weekend, we're doing the live draft and for the trophy league in the morning, and that will be on YouTube, but we're not really promoting it much because it's really, unless you're into fantasy football, it's not that interesting, and it is a terrible product for radio because guys are literally sitting there looking, reading, making fart jokes, that kind of thing. But they're not doing any kind of analysis because you don't want to tip your hand because you're about to make a pick. So
yeah,
I've watched some of these over the years, and we've done some, and we've had a couple of on radio, and I was more concerned with getting making sure it was a listenable thing, and I end up doing terribly in these leagues. I'm like, you know what? I'm done trying. I'm done with this. We're not going to make it a radio show, but we are going to put it on YouTube because it is fun. So there you go.
It's entertaining. Not like you said, not a great product for radio, but it's fun to listen to. That's for sure.
Because you're going to turn to Bobby or you're going to turn to Doug and say, what do you think about this player's outlook this year? And all you're going to hear is a bunch of clicking and then rifling through. Like, hold on, man. I'm not drafting a running back. Quit asking me about that. I'm looking at the best tight end available. So,
I'm going to be giving the worst advice and try and throw everybody else off.
You did one. Were you on that a few years back? Where after dark?
I remember there was one. I don't know if I actively spoken it or anything. It wasn't a whole lot of talking, but I know me and Matt, I believe, we popped in to some Zoom meeting.
There was one after dark that was pretty fun, and of course the libations were going, and that definitely was not made for TV event. That was hide the kids, hide the wife, all that. It's like. That was I know in 2020 we did a couple. I don't know. I'm sure Matt's told you about this, but we did some. We called it Facebook After Dark. We're doing Facebook Lives because this is back when everybody's locked in the house, nobody could go anywhere, and I convinced a lot of folks to come on to our. I believe it was Facebook Live. I don't think we were doing YouTube back then, and we were doing it just to have something to look forward to. We did it. We were saying we're going to do it every Friday. I think it was really ends up being like every other Friday. And we did it like maybe 3 times, but those are some funny ones, man. Cause there's one where I'm like, the next one, I'm like, what happened? I got the next one. I'm like, I did not remember a damn thing after about like, I don't know, 10:30 ish. And evidently we stayed on till 3 a.m. I don't remember any of that. Went back and watched it, and I mean, it was funny if you know the people. It's not really that entertaining if you don't know them, but you're like, man, one guy said something he shouldn't have said and was worried that someone else probably heard it. I don't think they did, but it was the whole thing like, dude, now I know why they need a breathalyzer on Facebook Lives. So, all right, so we go into Ohio State. Let's go ahead and dive into that first, get that out the gate. Because it's Ohio State and Michigan day today. Monday, we're going to do the Buffalo Bills. Tuesday, the Auburn Tigers. Next Thursday is the Jacksonville Jaguars. Next Friday should be a fun one. Clemson, you'll have Clemson to do. We're also doing Florida State.
Yeah.
And then we hit the home stretch with the final week that we do this. That'll be August 21st. And I decided that would be the week that we'd go with Ole Miss. We go with Alabama. We're going to talk the Tennessee Volunteers. And then that Friday, the Georgia Bulldogs, the Atlanta Falcons, and the Tennessee Titans. Trying to bring it all together. And then the next thing we can look forward to, I think the big game is Navy versus Notre Dame in Ireland.
I am pumped for that one.
Which is why we do all these leading up to it, because, I mean, other than going, I don't know, man, should I take the points or not?
Mm-hmm.
Other than there are some bad ones. I think there's one other game that's a little more interesting, but there's literally nothing on until the following weekend, which actually the following weekend got some good ones.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get into the Ohio State Buckeyes and what you know good on the Ohio State Buckeye 2023 season.
Yeah, it's a different Ohio State team than we're used to seeing. Normally there's a star quarterback involved in the mix. You know, you got Stroud, Fields, all those guys, but the QB talent isn't there this year as it is in years prior. They have Kyle McCord. He'll be starting this year. They're loaded at receiver. They're going to add a monstrous duo at receiver with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Emeka Egbuka. They've got a lot of talent on defense. This is a big test as well for Ryan Day. I mean, he's been on the hot seat a little bit with how last year ended. Another loss to Michigan. His job was safe last year. It was obvious that he wasn't going to get fired. But if they have a disappointing year, there could be some questions about him going forward with Ohio State.
You know, the crazy thing about that is, and Georgia fans all remember that they beat Ohio State in the semifinal games. You could make the argument that day that Georgia probably won that game because they had a little more experience.
Yeah.
Ohio State looked like the better team. I'm sorry, but they looked like the better team that day. They really did.
They did. Yeah, they looked good in the college football playoffs. They looked great.
They blew the doors off of TCU, right? So it's a moot point. But I'm talking about that day. Ohio State missed an opportunity to shock the world.
Yeah, and that was
had any chance of beating Georgia.
Yeah, that was an incredible game by Ohio State. I made a little bet with someone thinking I was going to lose my money. It was a double or nothing bet after the TCU Michigan game. I was like, oh, why not? Let's have some fun. And I almost won back to back, and I was shocked to see that. Missed field goal was if they were a missed field goal away from going to the college football championship, and they probably would have beat TCU. I'm certain they would have beat TCU. They looked good in the college football playoffs last year. CJ Stroud looked great, but this year with less talent at the quarterback position, obviously you got the weapons on offense that hasn't gone anywhere. But it's going to be a tougher test for Ryan Day and the Buckeyes without that elite quarterback talent.
Yeah, so when you look at this, and first of all, the coaches poll came out earlier this week. Ohio State's number 4 in the country, probably about where they should be, right?
I'd say.
But the Ohio State season, I believe. I mean, I'm looking at undefeated until they play Michigan. No or yay?
I think it's possible, but they got games against Notre Dame, Penn State, and I think those are games they should win on paper. There's no doubt about it. But there's always a chance that they get caught, especially earlier on in the season. We don't know what we're going to see out of Kyle McCord. There's a lot of question marks around him. But it's a real possibility that they go into the game undefeated. It's possible. But that'll be a tough game. I mean, Michigan still got a lot of talent. They got Blake Corum coming back. They have Donovan Edwards still. And they're going into Michigan for that game. So that will be tough. And it's possible that they go into that game undefeated.
So I'm looking at their season. I mean, okay, we'll just do it this way. First of all, their over-under win total is 10.5.
Yeah. So they're predicting, I guess, that, probably 11 wins going into that Michigan game. Or if they goes over, they'll have to be undefeated going into that Michigan game.
So 12-game season. So they could, in theory, be 10-1, and then that Michigan game would mean do or die, right?
Yes. Yeah, if they drop that game, especially with a loss that late in the season, there's not much recovering from that.
All right, well, let's just rattle them off real quick. At Indiana, Youngstown State, Western Kentucky, those 3 are all wins, right?
Of course, yeah.
At Notre Dame.
Road game.
I'm assuming a night game. It's in September.
Yeah, it's I believe it'll be 7:30 Eastern.
I would think so, because it'll be on the NBC networks. So there's no way they're going to go, oh, let's put that at noon. Like some of the dopey Big Ten games that they put on at noon. I'm like, what are you doing? You got like the biggest game in the country that Saturday, and they put it on at noon, and then they try to get you to watch some just awful B or C version at 7:00 at night. If you're going to bring in USC, UCLA, and all these other teams, fix that, please. Can we quit having two things? Can we quit having the biggest game in the Big Ten on at noon on Saturdays?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Those should be night games.
Game because that's tradition. I get that. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we quit having that? Can that game be the night game? The other thing, if you're going to put that biggest game on at night, Fox or whoever has the rights, you got to take Gus Johnson, man, because that dude's the best. He is the best.
Best commentator in college football.
Take it from someone who does play-by-play and pays attention to play-by-play. He does not get enough credit.
No, he certainly doesn't. And he's done it in other sports too. I mean, he's one of the best commentators in sports, period. The energy he brings
his college football is the best.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
It doesn't have that feel. You put Gus Johnson at a college football game, and he can take a 5-yard swing pass and make it sound like it's big time. And that's not easy to do.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, he always brings excitement. Any big play Gus Johnson makes so much better.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to see him there more at night. The biggest Big Ten game of the year or of the week, put them on at night.
Mm-hmm.
They would kill the ratings of because ESPN and 8/ABC Disney, whatever you want to call it, their Saturday night games have turned into just garbage because they don't have the rights to do the SEC one because CBS grabs the big one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're hoping that there's a secondary SEC game that's worth a hoot. If not, they usually try to convince you that Oklahoma State versus TCU is something to just jump up and down about.
Yeah.
And I would take Gus Johnson, whoever you want to put him in the booth with, over Fowler and Herbstreit any day of the week.
I'm with that. And with all those teams, like you mentioned, coming to the Big Ten, like the USC and the UCLAs, having Gus Johnson calling would be so much better.
And the thing about Kirk Herbstreit is that, as I see Underwater says that he doesn't like him. I like Kirk Herbstreit in college football. NFL, he should have never tried to jump the shark. He should have stayed in college football. His knowledge isn't there. It doesn't even seem like his passion is there.
Mm-hmm.
Keep him out of the NFL. But in a college football game, him and Chris Fowler are decent together, but Gus Johnson is here and then everyone else.
Yeah.
Just because someone's elite doesn't mean that you suck. It just means you're just not,
No, I like Herbstreit too. Herbstreit's a great announcer, and I like his analysis. But like you mentioned, Gus Johnson is just on a tier of his own.
It's like if you've seen the Beatles live and then your opinion of every other band is just terrible the rest of your life. It's like, It's not necessarily that the Black Crowes weren't a really good band. It's just you got to see the Beatles live, right? You got to see Elvis, you got to see the Rolling Stones in their prime.
Mm-hmm.
Not what they try to pass off nowadays. So anyways. All right, so Ohio State finishing off their schedule really quick. My God, do they not understand that the only people that buy these magazines anymore are people of my age and older, and we can't see that small ass print. I don't think I could have seen that print when I was your age, Bobby. It's ridiculous. It's getting smaller and smaller. I know I'm getting older and older, but it's getting smaller and smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
And the big bold text.
Yeah, come on. But then you'll flip to another page and it'll just be big, buy Cheerios. Where did we leave off at? Notre Dame, right? Okay, at home against Maryland, at Purdue, home against Penn State. Is that a win? That's a tough one.
That's a game that could get caught. I'm not gonna write it off as a loss. When I'm looking at schedules, I like to look at it just each matchup on paper, but that is a game they could get caught in.
And then right after that, here's where it could get tricky.
Yeah.
You could beat Notre Dame you could beat Penn State, and the very next week you're at Wisconsin, which is it's never an easy place to win in Camp Randall, right?
Yeah. Well, especially if they come off a close, like hard-fought win against Penn State, then they go into Wisconsin. That could be a game they get caught as well.
Because unless they screw it up, that should be the night game on ABC.
Yeah.
But we're probably going to make it the noon game on Fox, and everyone's like, God bless.
Yeah.
Like, you can't get anything done in the morning, and they want you to start pounding beers and watching football. Like, geez, can you let me go have a life before 6 p.m. Eastern? Ridiculous. And then the night game will be something junk, and you're like, dude, you're doing it wrong. And then it's Rutgers, Michigan State, Minnesota, and at Michigan. Obviously, the Michigan one. All right.
Yeah.
The big question here, screw the 10.5 wins. That doesn't realistically matter at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Are they one of the 4 playoff teams?
I'm going to say no.
No.
I'm going to say no. I think they go 10-2. I think they drop one of those 2 games to either Penn State or Wisconsin, and I think they lose the Michigan game on the road.
So what is their record? You going with 10-2 essentially?
10-2, yeah. And I think they'll still get a solid bowl game, and they'll probably win it because I still think they're one of the best teams in the country. But I don't see them. If they're 11-0 going into that Michigan game, they can afford to lose that one and still probably get in the playoffs as a 4 seed. But if they drop any game before that Michigan game has a whole lot of stakes, and I don't know. I just don't trust them to go into Michigan and win that.
Yeah, I do believe they're going to lose in Michigan.
Yeah.
There's going to be a learning curve with the new quarterback.
Yeah.
So it feels like Notre Dame could get them.
It's possible. It's possible. And it's a road game for Ohio State, too.
And Notre Dame, remember, brought in the quarterback from Wake Forest. Mm-hmm. So I don't think he's going to be like the number 1 quarterback pick overall, but they're bringing in a veteran, right?
Yeah. Could be one of the top quarterbacks in the
country. I don't see them getting over the 10.5 win mark.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do you one better. I think they go 9-3, and there's serious talk about running Coach Day out of town.
Yeah.
Which is absurd. Absurd. The guy's done a great job, but the fan base is, I mean, they're spoiled. And so
they are spoiled, and spoiled fan bases, it doesn't take much for them to run their coaches out of town.
You would know,
especially if they lose another one to Michigan, with how important that rivalry is to Ohio State fans. If they go 9-3 with a loss to Michigan, that might be the.
Know. If anybody would know, you would know, because Bobby's a Gator fan. They ran Dan Mullen out of town.
Yeah,
after putting a pretty good package together over a few years. And my prediction is by Christmas of this year, they're going to be just kicking themselves for not holding on to Dan Mullen.
You think so? I just, his recruiting is the problem for me. He couldn't bring in good recruits, and that's not a winning formula over time. We might be worse under Napier.
Billy Ball?
We might be worse under Napier.
I know one thing, he developed guys.
He did.
Right?
He did. And he was great in the transfer portal. He got a lot of great guys from the transfer portal. I won't deny that. And he developed players.
Mike Norvell is not having a great recruiting for the first couple of years what everyone's looking at recruiting. I try to challenge fans. You got to look at it differently. Kind of like when they tried to tell us years ago in baseball, you got to quit looking at the batting average and you got to start looking at the OPS and the slug and the WAR. And the old heads go, oh, no, man, I got to look at the batting average. Well, this is what the same thing's going on in college football. Everyone's going, well, we've got to look at recruiting, da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, no, you got to look at the transfer portal and the recruiting combined. And I never got a chance to do it. I'll see if I can put it together this year. Last year we talked about it, and I just with the baseball schedule that I do now, I never had time. But I'm going to put together by this winter an actual way to judge who you brought in and who you lost. And that means both the high school recruits and the transfer portal. Because though Norvell, although he's having a good recruiting season this year so far, he hasn't had great recruiting classes, but it's because all of his scholarships are going to transfer guys, and he's been top 3, top 5 in the transfer portal the last 2-3 seasons.
Yeah,
and you can see it on this year.
And it's moved with how big the transfer portal is. Obviously, it's moved past just recruiting being the main source of bringing in players. But another problem I had with Mullen, and what made me very okay with us firing him, he seemed very checked out in his last season at Florida. Seemed very checked out with the NFL rumors. He seemed like he had one foot out the door. There was games we lost, he'd be smiling on the field afterwards. The writing seemed like it was on the wall, and he seemed to have checked out. And that's on top of the concerns we had. And look, Napier, we might be worse under Napier. I won't deny that. That's a very real possibility. We could be looking at like 3-4 win season next year for Florida. But I still don't think.
You know what's throwing me off about it is this: when y'all hired Napier, I was like, God, dog it, I think he's going to be good, and I am wildly wrong about that.
Yeah,
he hasn't been great in recruiting. Number one. He's been okay, but he's not great. And number two, the biggest thing for me, his in-game decisions lack.
That's the worst part. Our recruiting classes they haven't been bad. I'll give them props. They're pretty solid. I think the 2024 class is good. But yeah, his in-game decision making, the fourth downs and going for it instead of punting, horrible.
I watch replays of these games. I do this during the offseason, right?
Yeah.
I'll be doing the Braves game. I'll have one monitor is usually on an old college football game from last year because I'm trying to get, all right, let's get the juices going. Let's see. And I mean, it is all I can do not to go, would you punt the damn ball? I mean, what are you doing? And I'm not even pulling for your Gators.
Yeah. Were you watching that Kentucky game? Was it that one you were watching? Because that one was a disaster.
Yeah. And the thing is, he got fortunate in the Utah game.
Yeah.
Because he went for it when he shouldn't have went for it, but they actually got a couple of them, right?
Yeah.
And so that led to, all right, let's go. Let's do this.
Yeah. The in-game decision-making is definitely a big point of concern with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at – anyways, so I think we both have Ohio State just missing the playoff. Now, next year
I got them just on the outside 10 too.
But I don't think you're getting 12 teams. I mean, I don't think they're going to be one of the top 4. I think Michigan's probably going to come out of the Big Ten, and I think you're probably going to get 2 SEC teams again, and then the fourth one is always going to be a wild card.
I think Georgia will be one of the SEC teams, maybe LSU.
I can never count out Alabama. I'm sorry, but I know everyone wants to throw dirt on them. They're Alabama.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of that, we're going to step aside for a second. When we come back, we're going to continue our realignment college football draft and talk a lot more Michigan Day. We're doing Michigan today. We're talking some Braves Mets. We got more of that, and Tones is on the way. We will be back in a flash. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country today. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. TGI Friday, Braves Country. Got a full slate of Major League Baseball. Got some practice games, NFL preseason. The big one. All gets going tonight, 7:10 Eastern, first pitch. We'll have play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves right here on Braves Country HD. Find us today on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country HD will bring you the Braves, Mets, all 4 games of the series. And tonight, it's Uncle Charlie on the mound, Charlie Morton versus Tyler McGill. Morton 10-10 on the year with a 3.86 ERA. McGill 6-5 with the 5.45. Braves are minus 178 on the money line. Over/under is 9.5. Other games of interest around the diamond. You got the Guardians heading into Tampa Bay to take on the Rays. 6:40 first pitch, Curry versus Savali. Yankees are at the Marlins tonight. Luzardo on the bump for Miami. Twins and Phillies, 7:05. Dallas Keuchel sighting in the city of brotherly love. Christopher Sanchez on the mound for Philly, looking for his first win, but he does have a 3.44 ERA. Cubs and Blue Jays, 7:07. Assad versus Barrios in Toronto. Red Sox host the Tigers. Chris Sale makes his comeback. Angels and Astros, 8:10 Eastern. Detmers versus Verlander. The Brewers are in Chicago to take on the White Sox at 8:10. While the Padres and Diamondbacks square off in a battle of two teams fighting for a wild card berth, Blake Snell versus Ryan Nelson. Baltimore goes out west to take on the Mariners, Gibson versus Castillo, and the Dodgers host the Rockies, Lance Lynn versus Gomber. In the National Football League, the preseason officially got going with week 1 last night, but tonight, your Atlanta Falcons are in Miami to take on the Dolphins. 7 o'clock Eastern, Atlanta -1.5 on the money line, over under is 37. Packers at the Bengals at 7, Giants at the Lions at 7, while the Steelers are at the Buccaneers, Tampa Bay a 3-point dog at home. The Commanders are a 3-point favorite in Cleveland. The Broncos are at the Cardinals, 10 o'clock Eastern, the late game on the NFL Network. News out of the NFL, Las Vegas Raiders added running back depth by signing Damian Williams. His agent announced on Friday. Terms of the deal were not disclosed. Williams adds a veteran presence as the team adjusts to the absence of Josh Jacobs on his holdout. They also have Zamir White and Amir Abdullah in camp. Kansas City Chiefs announced that they will be limiting Patrick Mahomes' play in the first quarter this week, as expected for most of the NFL. Most starters aren't expected to play. The ones that do will only play one series. Week 2, more likely to have the dress rehearsal getting ready for the regular season. Tennessee Titans assistant coach Terrell Williams, who will serve as the head coach for Saturday's preseason game in the opener against the Bears on Thursday, gave Mike Vrabel credit for being forward-thinking and giving him an opportunity. Vrabel presented the idea to Williams a couple of weeks ago. Assistant coaches have called plays or handled increased workload in spot duty, but taking over as the head coach for a game is unprecedented. Quote, Mike Vrabel deserves a lot of credit, Williams said. Hopefully more coaches will give assistant coaches opportunities to do this, because there's nothing better than actually getting the experience. Williams has coached the Titans defensive line since 2018 when Mike Vrabel became head coach. Vrabel promoted Williams to assistant head coach this past offseason. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Started training mixed martial arts, MMA, some people call it UFC. You do UFC. UFC is an organization. MMA, mixed martial arts, is a sport. That's like saying you do NBA, you do Golden State Warrior, in a way.
Welcome back. Top of the 4 o'clock hour. We got a lot to get into and a little time to do it. Tampa Tones joins us. So I saw Tampa about to break into a fist fight with someone on Twitter questioning legitimacy of the quarterback battle in Tampa. How are you, Tone?
You know how Twitter goes. It's never X, whatever you call it. Never a dull moment over there.
I refuse to call it X. No way. No way.
I agree. It's like I still call the White Sox Park Comiskey Park, so I'm the same way.
I still call Facebook MySpace. I'm not calling Twitter X. Okay?
I'm an old timer as well with that sort of stuff. So yeah, on Twitter, I mean, you get trolls. It's not the greatest of competitions, but it is a competition nonetheless, and it'll be interesting. I hope Trask comes out on top, but I do believe we'll see both down the road this year at some point.
I saw somebody today. They're leaking that Mayfield will be the starter, but the question is, do you believe that's actually in stone, or is that just kind of where they're leaning? Right.
I think it's just Florio being Florio, Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk, putting it out there. My main guy who I have on the podcast, Buccateers podcast, JC Allen, actually reached out to his source. He covers the Bucs, and he said that no decision has been officially made yet. So as far to my knowledge, it's still as much as a
I don't think he was saying it's been officially. I think what they're getting at is this is just window dressing. This is to get fans to pay attention to the preseason, but he would have to have like an absolute disaster. But then again, why name him? It's not like he's Tom Brady. Why name him? Because what if he is a disaster? And then you're like, well, I thought you said he was starting. So, I mean, what's the preseason's pretty meaningless, but at some point and I don't think anything matters when it comes to the preseason games. It's more goes on behind the scenes. But why would you name a starter? What do they have to gain from that? Kyle Trask just give up?
And you're 110% correct on that. Behind the scenes is just as important, if not more important, than preseason. And secondly, I think you're 100% right, because it's probably going to be Baker. But like you said, why just give it to him? Why name him the starter? Have him come out, have him earn it, and give Kyle Trask, somebody you used a second-round pick on, at least a chance to go out there and compete. So I think you're right on all of the above on that one.
Well, good. All right, so I'm not always wrong. Sometimes.
Oh, man.
It's like my grandfather used to say, I'm usually always right. One time I thought I was wrong, but I was incorrect. So there you go. All right. So I'm sure I butchered that, but that's essentially what he said. So where he's rolling over going, God dog it, you can't say anything right. All right. Let's go ahead, and because Tones and I got to get into Michigan. It's Michigan Day here on Braves Country. Just reminding Tones, because I hit Bobby with that, and you thought he'd seen a ghost. He was like, wait, what? Why did I go and send that email weeks ago so everyone can prepare and I don't have to update it every day? You're like, wait, what? What's going on? But before we do that, I want to go ahead and make sure that we get this in, because we got a lot to do and a little time to do it with the conference realignment draft. And hopefully by next week, I'll have something put together where it kind of shows it on screen. But right now, I'm just going to rattle them off real quick. This is where we are so far. Okay. And what we're doing is this is a competition with us. It's going to be a friendly competition with us. We're going to do this for the foreseeable future. And these teams are going to our conferences, and we're going to compete for I'll come up with some kind of goofy cup or something to win. And the conference that the teams that you draft are going to be awarded points for wins, and of course, their real conference championships in real life, and of course, playoff berths, all that kind of stuff. And the first 4 teams that you draft are your core 4, meaning that they never leave. And there's a reason why I'm saying this, bringing this up. Did y'all catch the show yesterday?
I did catch it.
Bobby, I think I texted you who's thinking, wait, what? What's going on? I think Bobby thought that maybe he missed about 30 picks when I told him who Joey drafted. So
I thought he was going off 2013's top 25.
Well, I was talking to Buddy about it. I was talking to Buddy about it. We were thinking maybe he was trying to build a basketball conference. Like, I couldn't figure out what he's doing. But anyways,
did that end up being one of his core teams?
Louisville was, yeah, because the first 4 you draft, including the team that we all have. So you have Florida, Tones has Penn State, me Florida State, and Joey Notre Dame. Then the next 3 is the core 4. I thought I'd make the next 4 having a 5, but I thought core 4 sounded a lot better than anything I could come up with for 5. So core 4, the rest of them you can change out. But he drafted Louisville and Utah, so he is stuck with Louisville from here on in.
He went with Louisville over. I would have chose Utah as a core 4.
I feel like I probably would have. Now this year, I was telling that Louisville has an opportunity to be better than folks expect this year. Because they have a very weak schedule because they got rid of divisions. They do not play Florida State. They do not play Clemson. And they may not even play North Carolina, but I know they don't play the big 2. I don't think they play Miami either. So this year they got a chance. But for me to sit there and go, I'm going to go all in and take Louisville over some of the ones that were still available, I was like, wait, what? When he took Louisville, I was like, well, maybe he's just a secret Louisville fan. All right, fair enough. And then he gives Utah number 2. I'm like, what? Did I have some kind of an episode? Like, what are we doing here? Are we still talking college football? I was lost.
I was shocked. I was shocked when you told me that. I was shocked when I got 3 of the 4
it's
teams.
It's going to be a real
risk if
Utah wins the national championship this year. We're never going to hear the end of it, right?
The craziest thing was Louisville wasn't in his preparation plans heading into the show yesterday. So I don't know if he thought he was Vince McMahon changing a wrestling script at the last minute or what, but he went on script.
This is why wrestling is scripted, because things like this could happen. Anyone the rest of your life tells you, man, I don't know why you watch wrestling. It's all scripted. Da-da-da-da-da. All you got to look at goes, well, if they don't script it, we could end up with Louisville as a core 4. So what are you talking about? What?
Oh, man. I mean, this is tough. Louisville talk aside, this is fun. It's good stuff.
Okay, so where we're at now, it is Bobby's turn to pick, and then Tones will have a couple of picks, and then I've got a pick, and then Bobby's going to pick 2 more going into next week to kind of give him a head start, because he's snake drafting, or I'm sorry, 4 more to give him a head start, because we're snake drafting this thing. And it'd be really, so I did give him a couple of picks for yesterday that we announced on the show, just to give him a fighting chance, right? Because you're talking about college football, there's like 6 teams and the rest is going, all right, well, we'll see what happens. So
yeah,
Bobby has Florida.
I was looking at teams that were gone, and I was just like, ooh.
Yeah, Bobby has Florida, LSU, Clemson, and Oregon. Tones has Penn State, Michigan, and Washington. So you've got 4. Bobby's got 4. Tones, go ahead and hit me with your next pick.
Bobby got 2 great ones. Clemson, I was thinking about taking heavily.
I mean, there's no Louisville, but yeah.
I fell in love with Washington.
No Utah either.
Partly because, yeah, for real, because Utah ain't a terrible one. I'll give Utah some love there. There's some good teams. I'm gonna go with Texas. I think that Texas has the history and the potential to keep building on that history. I like what they're building down there. They enter the season as a top 25 for sure. I like them a lot.
Okay, so Tones goes with Texas, and Bobby, we will flip it to you, and you get a pick.
Tones, I was actually about to pick Texas at the top of my big board I'd made. But I'll go with Oklahoma here, another team from the Big 12. I haven't given up on Venables quite yet. I still have a little bit of belief in him. And the Sooners, they've put some good teams out there in the past for a long time. They were making most of the college football playoffs. I can see them having a big bounce back year. And over the last decade, they've been one of the best teams in college football. So I'm going to pick them there.
We all suck because those are the two teams I had written down, and now it's my pick, and I got to scramble here for a second. I know I'm not going to Mountain West.
Who'd you grab, Bobby?
Oklahoma.
Good pick.
Of course, this makes zero sense that we're keeping the two of them out of the conference. Right? They would typically go with each other, but I don't really feel all right. So let me go in this direction.
I mean, I was going to choose Oregon. So if Bobby wanted to trade Texas for Oregon, I could be down. But
okay, so
I'm gonna stick with Oregon on this one. We're right at them.
So it's my pick, and man, I'm on the fence here, but I think I know where I'm going. So, all right. You know what? Give me the Ole Miss Rebels.
Ooh.
I like.
That's who I had as my next pick. So we're stealing everybody's picks here.
I like who their current.
I have them on mine too.
Right. I like who their current coach is. He takes off. This is not going to be that great of a pick, but at least it's not one of my core four. Right. So there's so many rumors that Alabama one day is going to inherit him as their next head coach. But until that happens, I'll wage my battles with Ole Miss. Okay. So that gives me 5 teams. That gives Tones 5 teams, right? Joey 5 teams. And Bobby has 5 teams. So Bobby.
I'm at 4.
Tones has 4.
Yep.
What have I done? 1, 2. Oh, I'm sorry, Tones. Go ahead and make your next pick then.
All right, I'm going. Let me stick in the same state as Texas, but switch it up. I'm going with the Horned Frogs of TCU here in this one. Routinely a top team in college football and a fun team to watch in the great state of Texas.
All right, so you go TCU, and Bobby, it is snaking back to you, and me and Tones will pick ours up on Monday. But essentially, you get the next 4 picks.
Next 4 picks, okay.
So
I like this.
You have a pretty good core.
Yeah, I'll have a pretty deep conference, I guess, with this many picks in a row. With my first pick amongst them, I'm going to go with North Carolina. I know.
Hold on one second. Let me think. If I give you, let's split the difference and give you 2, okay? And then you'll have 6 picks next week because I think it's going to make it a little more. Because you do have Florida, do you have Clemson? At the time when I was thinking a true snake, you wouldn't have drafted guys yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and split the difference. Give you 2, and then you'll have 6 next week.
I like it. Well, go ahead and give me North Carolina then with my first of these 2 picks. I know a lot of times the North Carolina teams don't live up to the hype, but they have Drake May, who's poised to be a top 2-3 quarterback in the country this year. And, I could see them ending up around a New Year's 6 bowl game, putting together some good wins, finishing with double-digit wins possibly on the season. So I'm going to take North Carolina with my first one. With my second one, I'm going to go with South Carolina. I'm going to go right below them. I'm a believer in Shane Beamer. I really like how they ended the season last year. Gamecocks looked really good. I believe they're going to keep that momentum rolling. I think they're going to have a solid season, so I'm going to take them with my second pick.
Wow. Okay. So, Tones, Monday you'll have 2 picks. I'll have 1. So, you got the weekend to figure that out. So, to catch everyone up, if you are scoring at home, I probably not, but just in case you are. Bobby's new Southeastern Conference is Florida, LSU, Clemson, Oregon, Oklahoma, and North Carolina. And South Carolina. His core 4 are Florida, LSU, Clemson, Oregon. Joey, his national conference is Notre Dame, Ohio State, USC, Louisville, and Utah. And then Tones has Penn State, Michigan, Washington, and Texas. Those are his core 4. And then he also has TCU. And then what does mine look like? I got Florida State, Georgia, Bama, Tennessee, and Ole Miss.
Stealing all the SEC teams.
Yeah, well, that's why mine's called the Dixie Conference.
Fair enough.
You'll notice I didn't go out there and try to grab Stanford.
I'm shocked.
I'm looking out for our softball teams too, so they don't have these long trips, right? Yeah, come on.
I know. That's why I was trying to grab West Coast and Central for like a Big Ten feel, but I wasn't going to overreach on one. So once Oregon was gone, I kind of aborted ship on that a little bit.
Yeah, well, it gets a little difficult because you don't want to just grab a team because they're up there near you, right?
Like Louisville, but
or the Pitt Panthers. I want to grab the Pitt Panthers. I'm going to go ahead and just ignore Texas Longhorns. Although some years. Okay. We do have NFL preseason. We've got Major League Baseball. I'm curious where we go this year or this week for Cool Games. I still can't believe I haven't come up with any kind of a lead-in soundbite for Cool Games, but it is Cool Games time. And now when football season hits here, Cool Games changes a little. I will grab some games and we'll vote on whether or not they're a cool game. But leading up to then, we're not going to have a big round table debate on whether or not the Falcons-Dolphins preseason game is a cool game, right? I'm gonna spoiler alert. It's not. But anyways,
what do you mean? That was
Bobby,
my cool game. That was my pick.
Bobby, we'll go ahead and
kidding.
give you first dibs. I'm sure you're going somewhere in that direction. What's your cool game for the weekend?
Yeah, summer league's over. Unfortunately, can't pick any summer league games. However, it sucks. I know. I'm gonna go with cool game / cool series in the MLB. Give me Twins, Phillies. Twins, they're number 1 in the AL Central. They have a 3.5 game lead right now. And the Phillies, they've won 5 of their last 6, so they've been playing well. This should be a pretty good series. The Phillies, they're I think they're behind the Braves. I can't remember how much by. I think it's 6.5 games.
Well, Philly?
Yeah, Phillies.
I think 10.
9 or 10.
Okay.
They're far behind.
Yeah,
but
it must have been 9.5 then that I was looking at.
Right there, but they're right there in the wild card. They're
leading
the wild card. So as long as I'll tell you what, Bobby not only picked a baseball series, Bobby knew some things about the baseball series.
And he did
a little bit of my homework. I did my homework.
I'm having the same reaction I did when Joey took Louisville as a core 4. I was like, what is going on here? What day is
Look,
it?
I had to make up for the summer league pick earlier on this summer.
All right, Tones, where are you going for the cool game of the weekend?
I'm sticking to the diamond of baseball. I love me some baseball, and I'm going to have my eye on this one tonight, 6:40 Eastern, first pitch. A man against his former team, Tampa Bay Rays against the Guardians. Aaron Civale on the mound tonight goes for the first time or second time in a Rays uniform, first time against the Guardians. and it'll be Savali against Xavier Curry. Curry's actually pitched pretty well this year, transitioning into a starter, has a sub-3 ERA at 2.95, 3-1 record, and they're only 3.5 back of that division, chasing the Minnesota Twins. So I think that's going to be a fun one. The Guardians need some wins because it's getting late in the year, and Tampa Bay is fighting for that division still and a top wild card seed at that. So Aaron Savali, Xavier Curry, fun matchup. Savali goes against his old team.
I'm really surprised you didn't go Cubs Blue Jays. I thought that's where you're going.
I was going to. Yeah, I was going to, but Savali against his old team, that's the only reason why I gave the edge there. He's been a Guardian for a while. I was back and forth.
I can't believe that the two series that I'm looking at, both of the games are on Apple tonight, which kind of makes them an uncool game.
That's why the Cubs I couldn't give it to either. They're on Apple. I'm going to have to figure a way to get them.
Yeah, and the second game is which would have been my cool game, Rangers Giants, but it's on Apple, and I'm sorry I can't put it on there because if you've ever watched an Apple baseball broadcast, it is the worst. They just don't know what they're doing, so I can't do it. Although I'm very interested. Now, when those series hit tomorrow and the next day, okay, but I can't do it. So now I'm really scrambling. Typically, you would think Braves, Mets in New York, let's go. But the Mets have been a big disappointment, so I won't do that, although I do think this is an important series for the Braves. And the Mets would love to play spoiler. Let me go down south. New York Yankees are heading to the Miami Marlins this weekend. Both teams coming in 60-56, 59-56. Both teams are fighting for a wild card. This is a big road trip for the New York Yankees because the Marlins have been kind of floundering, all puns intended. But the Yankees, you look at what they're about to have to hit on this road trip. They're at 3 in Miami and then 3 in Atlanta. Then they come home against Boston. And they've got to find some way to at least split these 6 games, which means they're going into Atlanta. They're facing Max Fried on Monday. You would think to yourself, dude, we better win at least 2 of 3 in Miami, right? So I'm going to that as the cool game, and I guarantee you they're going to have a pretty good crowd there because there are a lot of Yankee fans in South Beach. It's going to be just like when the Red Sox or Yankees go to Tampa. You go, man, where all these fans come from? This is great. And go, wait a minute, they're all wearing the wrong colored uniforms. What's going on here? So, but that is my cool series of the weekend. Bobby, what is your walk-off? And if you have a lock, throw one at us.
I got you. It's a UFC lock, so be prepared. My walk-off, though, football is back, albeit preseason. Things are finally getting back to normal. A few weeks, we'll be looking at regular season football. I'm excited for it. There's so much to be excited for. Then my lock, I got Khalil Roundtree by a knockout or decision at -165. He's fighting a former heavyweight who's been knocked out in the first 2 rounds in each of his last 3 fights. And he's coming down a weight class, so he's having to cut a lot of weight. And Khalil Roundtree he gets knockouts. He has crazy power, great Muay Thai. I think he's going to get it done either in a dominant performance or by a knockout. So I'm very confident in that lock.
Do they ever take weekends off?
Barely. If it's not a pay-per-view, there's probably a fight night.
Yeah, not hardly anymore. I'd say 4 out of every 5 Saturdays are going at it. Used to be only like 2 a month. Now it's almost every week.
Yeah, I remember when it first started, and when it was really big, and you would build up to, hey, there's a UFC night into Saturday, right?
Well, those are the pay-per-views. The pay-per-views, those are the big events now. Those are the ones that have the big build-up, all the hype.
Yeah, but they didn't really have a lot
weeks in advance.
They didn't have a lot of events leading up, which kind of made it a little more. I guess because it was a little more rare, right?
Yeah.
I guess they know what they're doing.
As a fan, I love it, and it's year-round too, no off-season.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess because I grew up watching boxing when you would build up for a big boxing match. You didn't watch it. Well, I mean, some people did, but I didn't typically watch every boxing match because I was watching other sports, right? But
Yeah,
it is what it is. I just found it very curiouser that they don't have off weeks. Then again, they're probably not going to play do a whole hell of a lot of it during football season, are they? Because I don't know where it would come on at.
Yeah, summer they have a good window to get as many fight nights and pay-per-views in.
Yeah, I was about to say because they don't have a lot. I mean, you're not taking down one of the big college football games to put UFC Fight Night on. So then what? What are you going to put on ESPN News? That's going to tick off UFC.
It'll be on ESPN Plus probably, and if you want to watch it, I think it'll stay on ESPN Plus most likely.
Even you are not going to
ESPN channels.
Even you being a big UFC head, you're not turning off Florida at even like Florida at Missouri on a Saturday night. You're not going to do it because you're going to be like, man.
Whenever we're down by 30 points, then I'll turn it over.
Down by 30 points, I'd hope you're outside old Billy Ball's house going, dude, you're fired.
With pitchforks.
Yeah. Something. That'd be something.
Be looking at that.
Come on. Come on, Dan Mullen. Where you at? Come on back.
Come back home. We miss you.
Come on, McElwain. It's not too late.
I don't know about that one.
All right, brother. Well, we will see you next week. Jones and I are going to take a real quick break.
Yes, sir.
We come back. Michigan Wolverine football day. We'll be back in a flash. And the Braves, Mets, coming up around the corner. We'll be back here on Braves Country HD.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays 3 to 5. Hey, sports fans. The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves Country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on WQEE.
Why, any fool could see he made that first down when he dived. If Howard Cosell came in now, he'd never get out alive. 'Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Welcome back, and it is Michigan Day. I thought I had it downloaded, but I can't find it. So sing that Hail to the Victor song into your head, and away we go. Tones is going to break down the Michigan Wolverines for 2023. Of course, they made the playoffs last year and fell just short. I think we would have had a much better, well, it could have been worse, much better national championship game had they beaten TCU. If they hadn't had such a bad first half, it would have been Michigan, Georgia, and at least it would have been a little more competitive. What say you on 2023 Wolverines?
Yeah, I think last year was a really great year for Michigan, although, as you said, they came up short, and it would have been a quote-unquote better title game for sure, but they just couldn't get past those stinking Horned Frogs of TCU. Looking forward to 2023, McGee. First, let's start with the schedule of Michigan. Very favorable, in my opinion. I don't see many losses, if any, McGee. I could very realistically see an undefeated season. With that being said, their two big ones, not including their own conference championship, they come at Penn State, not till November 11th, and Ohio State. They're home against them November 25th. To me, those are the only two games at hand right now that Michigan might lose. Their out-of-conference games are extraordinarily easy, which could be both a strength and a weakness in them, right? It's a strength because they're probably going to get 3 wins against these teams: East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green. Those are their non-conference games. So you're probably going to go 3-0. That's a good thing. At the same token, it's a bad thing to me because Michigan's not going to get that build-up they need in order to get that important in-game experience. They lacked it against TCU last year, and they could very much do so this year. So going into a couple of things in Michigan's 2023 season, we'll start with the undefeated aspect. Will they go undefeated? I think they might lose one. I still think they're going to win the Big Ten. I think they eventually win the Big Ten. I'm going to have them losing one game. To me, that either comes at Penn State or Ohio State. So I think they have an incredible regular season with only one loss. I think J.J. McCarthy, their quarterback, is going to have an incredible season, even in a run-first offense, run-heavy offense. I think that Michigan's current touchdowns passing record sits at 25. I think J.J. McCarthy has a serious chance of breaking that record this season. I think he's going to have a stud season. Last year, threw 22 touchdowns, only 5 interceptions, and 2,800 yards, just under 2,800 yards. I think he's going to break out even more so this year. Turn the ball over just as little, throw more touchdowns, throw more yards even. So we'll see how that goes, but I'm expecting big things out of him. We did say run-first offense still. That leads me to the next point, McGee. I think Michigan, and I know I just said McCarthy's going to have a record-breaking year. Again, I think this Michigan team wins the Big Ten, and I think they eventually make the playoffs. Yeah, they get one loss at Penn State, but I think they overcome that. I think Blake Corum will win the Heisman, or if not win, at least compete for the Heisman this year. He's going to be huge, huge, huge in terms of Michigan and their success this year. They rely heavily on running back week in and week out. He was having a Heisman-type year last year until he suffered a season-ending injury, week 11, which hindered Michigan's ending year ability. He had 1,463 yards last season through 11 weeks. I think he's easily going to top that number this year, and I think he's going to be in the short window, the short race for Heisman running this season, no pun intended, with the Heisman running. I think they have what it takes defensively, every single position, to be better than last year on defense. They have experienced players like defensive back Mike Sinristol, Ron Moore, RJ Moten. They have big D lineman Chris Jenkins is a projected future first-round pick. They have him up the middle. Rayshawn Benny, a good linebacker in Junior Colson. And then they have a heck of an edge rusher in Jalen Harrell. I think this defense not only is just as good as last year, but I think they're better, McGee. I think they're older. I think they're better. I mean, again, I just spoke volumes on J.J. McCarthy and Blake Corum in offense. I didn't even mention Donovan Edwards back there. And then an offensive line, which holds a couple key cogs as well. And, this offensive line has won the last 2 Joe Moore Awards And then they have all those wide receivers and tight ends that could post problems, especially in the red zone for defenses as well. I think Michigan comes into the season as a potential suitor to win the championship, McGee. And I don't think that's a balk. I don't think that's talks of falling short. And I have a prediction as far as this. We keep hearing Harbaugh to the NFL. I really think this is a year that he may end up winning the championship, and then we may end up seeing him leave. I think he's waiting to win a college football championship.
I don't know why he would leave. Why? I mean, why would you leave?
Yeah, and that's $1 million.
Now you're really a made man. You've already, you played your college games at Michigan. You've proved that you can beat Ohio State. You go out and win the national championship. Why would you want to deal with the headache of going and becoming an NFL coach?
I agree. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but just based on his pattern, something seems fishy. He keeps flirting with NFL teams. I mean, I guess he could be doing it with leverage. That's for sure. He could definitely be doing that. But
they, by the way, are ranked number 2 in the coaches poll, and I don't expect it to be much different in the writers poll. It just looks like it is set for a collision course. Because you got number 2 Michigan versus number 4 Ohio State in the preseason poll.
Mm-hmm.
And when you add Penn State into that mix, it's a 3-headed monster in the Big Ten. And it's basically going to be who wins the round robin. I'm a little surprised that they haven't done it yet, but I'm assuming with all the new teams coming in from the Big Ten that next year they're going to get rid of divisions, or have they said anything?
I'm sorry, what was that, McGee? The round robin, as far as the Big Ten round robin goes, I don't think they're going to combine the divisions. I think they're going to keep it separated with the divisions as for now. I wouldn't mind the one division because look at this. You have one side of the Big Ten that's so easy to me. It is a little bit.
You got to get rid of those divisions. You got to.
I mean, a couple of the past conference winners out of the weaker Big Ten division, you've had Wisconsin, you've had Northwestern. Out of the other conference, you're having a battle between Michigan, you're having Ohio State, you're having Penn State. It's really not fair that you have those 3 all on one side of the Big Ten, and it really doesn't bode well for the
It'll
competitive.
be a little different next year because you're going to have they're at least going to have to shuffle the divisions if they keep the divisions. Because you're adding 4 teams from the West Coast.
Right, and I think you should shuffle. Like I said, as of now, I haven't heard anything about round robin, combining divisions. But real quick, McGee, for our listeners out there, right now, here's how it divides. The Big Ten West has Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Northwestern, Purdue, Wisconsin, and U of I. While the East has Rutgers, Michigan, Michigan State, Ohio State, Penn State, Indiana, and Maryland. Your only clunkers are Rutgers and Maryland. I mean, you have Michigan, you have Michigan State, you have Ohio State, Penn State, you even have Indiana. Michigan State is a really good Big Ten team as well. Michigan State a lot of the time
they haven't been in a while, but yeah, but just looking at that conference, you're going to add 4 teams. It would make 0 sense to put 2 and 2, right? Put 2 in the East, 2 in the West. You got to at least shuffle them.
I agree with that. I mean,
if you're going to shuffle them, this is what I would do. This is my proposal. If you're going to shuffle them, because you're going to have 4 pretty good programs coming in Southern Cal, UCLA, Washington, and Oregon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my proposal would be you got to leave Nebraska in the West. You basically have to take 4 teams out of the West, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because right now you have what? 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 7 in each.
Yep.
You're going to have 9 in each now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you take Well, no, I guess that doesn't even work out. You're essentially, if you add the 4 teams into the West, which I think you have to, then you have to take 2 teams out of the West and put them in the East. That's the way it plays out in my head.
And one of them is easily, well, to me, it makes total sense. You could easily do Northwestern, Illinois, and Purdue.
Well, but you can only do 2 because
yeah.
it's lopsided. So the one that would make sense, if you're going to put Northwestern in, then you should put Illinois in, right? Because they're right next to each other.
Exactly.
If you're going to go a different route and you want to make it a little more competitive, then I think you leave Wisconsin over there. But if you're going to take Purdue and put them in the East, then I'd almost say put Minnesota over in the East and leave, because I'd like to leave Illinois and Northwestern in the same division. So if they're not going to both move them over to the East, then I think they need to stay in the West.
I was going to add all 4 of the new teams to the West, and then
right. That's what I'm saying. But if you had 4 teams to the West, you then have 7 teams. 11, which so means you got to take 2 and put them in the East to make it 9-9, right? I still think they probably just need to get rid of the divisions, but it is.
Yeah, you're right on that, though. Yeah, I would go Northwestern Illinois tandem if I had to choose.
To me, that makes the most sense. If you're not going to do that, then Purdue seems like, if you want to make it a little more balanced, Purdue and Minnesota. But to me, considering what you have in the East already, on a year in and year out basis, I'm just looking at putting Purdue and Indiana in the same, right?
Yeah.
If you take Purdue and you put them in, the only other real option you have is you either take Iowa, and I would leave Iowa in the West because you got to have some balance.
Mm-hmm.
I would leave Wisconsin in the West because you got to have some balance.
Mm-hmm.
So I really think it comes down to Minnesota because Nebraska's got to stay out West.
Mm-hmm.
So it's either Purdue and Minnesota for me, or it's Illinois and Northwestern. I know as a Penn State fan, you hope it's Illinois and Northwestern because those 2 programs are not very good.
And I could go to games then.
And you could go to games. But to me, that's your answer. It's either Illinois and Northwestern, or if they go the other route and they want to put Purdue and Indiana in the same conference division, fair enough. Then I think you got to go Minnesota.
Yeah. I'd agree with you. I think it's got to be one way or another. One benefit of Illinois Northwestern, you get very close geographically, but Minnesota and Purdue would balance it a little better probably, and then you put Purdue in Indiana's conference as well.
I do wonder, well, you know what, before we do that, the over-under is 10.5 on the Michigan Wolverines. What's their record, and are they going to the playoffs?
I got them only losing 1 game, actually, McGee, and I got them going to the playoffs. I'm actually hopeful for the first time that the Big Ten could maybe land 2 playoff teams. It probably won't happen. I see a lot of college football talent across.
They had 2 last year.
I'm not for the first time, but I'm hoping again the Penn State Nittany Lions could be for the first time heading to the playoffs with 2 Big Ten teams. I don't see it happening though. I do see Michigan making it there. However, I only see them having 1 loss this year, either to Penn State or Ohio State.
My gut feeling is the SEC is getting 2,
mm-hmm.
and the Big Ten champion is going to get 1. I have a hard time making anyone undefeated. If they don't lose to Penn State, they don't lose to Ohio State, they'll lose some game you don't expect them to lose. So I'm going to take Michigan, and I give them I know we'll do our final predictions the week of as far as who's going to the playoffs and everything, but I'm leaning right now of Michigan making the playoffs and going 11-1 plus the conference championship. If they're gonna go to the playoffs, I think they got to be 12-1.
And as crazy as it sounds, I know I just said I'm hoping for 2 Big Ten teams and Penn State to make the playoffs, but odds are if Penn State makes the playoffs, that means they probably beat Michigan. That means they probably beat Ohio State. And that means the Big Ten at that point, barring a surprise, probably would only have 1 playoff team. at Penn State. So if Big Ten's looking at 2 playoff teams or 2 competitors for playoff teams, it's probably Michigan and Ohio State. But if it's going to be one from the Big Ten, you'd almost figure Penn State gets lucky, runs the table, and does some damage on those other ones.
Yeah, I don't think they're I'm leaning right now that I'd have a hard time putting Penn State in there, but I think they've got a better chance of getting in there than Ohio State does at this point.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with you there. I think
Ohio State's going to stub their toe, I believe, early in the season, and depending on how quickly they develop the quarterback, fair enough. But you make your margin of error nothing. If you lose an early game. If Ohio State loses an early game, then they've got to run the table and they've got to beat Penn State. They've got to beat Michigan. They've got to win the Big Ten title, et cetera, et cetera. So anyways, that's where we're at on that. So, looking at the conference realignment, I think the Mets might actually throw. They're not throwing games. Good Lord.
No, if they were throwing games, they would have threw them
on the throwing games. Get your head out of your ass.
Exactly.
Games. Anyways, get the what do they call it? The aluminum foil hat off.
Tin foil hat off.
These guys are out there competing for jobs next year for other teams or to keep their current job. Last thing there's not enough money for them to throw games. Anyways, we move on. Back to the college football. When we start talking about these conferences getting so big, so let's say the SEC goes to 20, the Big Ten gets to 20. Is it more logical to have divisions or not? Because that's the conundrum. Because, for instance, when we're talking about Louisville,
mm-hmm.
and we're talking about the fact that they weren't playing Florida State, Clemson, or Miami this year, so they kind of have an advantage, right, to sneak into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be fair? Or is it going to be more fair for you to have to get through your division? But the only thing I hate about the division thing in college football is that if you're not playing, let's say you have to go on the road. I'll take the Big Ten for an example because they're still doing divisions. Say you go on the road. Let's say you're Penn State. Let's say we do the changes of the division, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say Penn State loses an early matchup to Purdue. Or even worse, they have an early matchup to Ohio State. They play them late September that year, right?
Yep.
What sucks about those divisions is then you've got to have that team lose 2 times to get back into the conference championship picture. Now, the difference between next year and this year is the games won't be as important because you're going to be able to lose and still find your way into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
You can lose to Ohio State. Penn State could have two losses next year, and if they run the table, there's a path for them to get into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a division, I don't know. I'm really on the I'm on the fence of this, and I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I'm on the fence of it as well. I would prefer no divisions, probably just because, as you said, it could create for a lot of muck. I feel like in college sports, especially, some teams go through dormant periods, and I think divisions would give some teams a complete advantage. And like you said, if a team loses early on, then they'd have to win, double leap them down the road dang near. I'd work away from divisions personally. To me, it gets a little sloppy when you're determining playoff appearance or conference championships at that point.
It just seems like if you get to 20 teams and you don't have division, it's going to be utter chaos in the scheduling. But at the same token, if you're in a 10-team division, I mean, is that even a division anymore? If you're in a 10-team division, you're going to play all 9 of those teams in your division, or you're not, and you're going to play, 9. So what are you going to have, the 9 conference, and you're not going to play anyone from the other side? See, it's going to be really difficult to do divisions if you have that many teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, a 10-team division, that ain't easy to work with when you're breaking it down, especially later on in the year, how you factor playoffs and division titles and whatnot.
Yeah, they I don't know, that it just, to me, the whole thing's going to come down to, you're going to want if you're a conference, you want the best avenue to get your guys, your teams, as many playoff bids as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I hate about the fact that it looks like the SEC and Big Ten are heading towards 20 teams. It becomes very difficult to decipher how many teams come out of each conference. And let's say Florida State and Clemson head to the Big Ten or SEC, right? Is the ACC still going to have a Power 5 bid? Is the Big 12 still going to have a Power 5 bid?
Yeah, that's. I mean, at some point they have to reconsider. I think they negate it away. I think if the conferences wither down so much, but I guess at the same time, they might think other programs will be built up into bigger programs. It's a double-sided sword. I think they would eventually negate those conferences unless they build up the other teams, expand the playoffs, and those universities get more love out of it somehow.
It's going to turn into a mess if you have 40 teams in 2 conferences. And let's say the Big 12, because the Big 12 looks like they're heading to 20 teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what? So let's say you have 20 in the Big 12, 20 in the Big 10, 20 in the SEC, and you get it with like 8 in the ACC. Are they still going to have a Power 5 bid? I like the idea of trying to keep 4 power conferences together somehow, because I like the idea of, if you're going to give 4 teams a bye in the first round of the playoffs, I even if it's not considered as strong of a conference, I still love the idea of the ACC, Big 12, Big 10, and SEC conference champions that win their conference title game. Those teams get automatic buys, and the rest are all crapshoots. Because it gives you a reason why you would watch those games. Because if it's not, then are you even going to watch the Big 12 or ACC? If it's a foregone conclusion that the 2 teams that make it to the SEC and the 2 teams that make it to the Big 10 championship are probably getting a bye.
And at this point, it's safe to assume the pack is dissolved. I don't think there's revival.
Oh, yeah, it's gone. Stanford and Cal are about to join the ACC.
Yeah, and then they only have, 2 teams remaining, I believe it will be.
Yeah, and those 2 are heading to the Mountain West.
Yeah, so they're done.
It's sad for people that grew up on that. I didn't grow up on it, so I'm not hit as hard. But what's your walk-off? We're running out of time.
My walk-off will be my lock. Give me the Red Sox minus 140 at home tonight, and my walk-off is enjoy Chris Sale's return.
All right, I'll give you a lock real quick. Probably should have studied this a little better. But I'll tell you what, Chris Sale, what's the over-under? 14 pitches before he blows his elbow out again? Give me, you know what? If we're going with locks for today in Major League Baseball, it's got to be minus 150 or below. It's what we go with. Give me the it moved. Can't go there. Give me Adam Wainwright and the Cardinals minus 130 against Coleman and his 10.05 ERA in Kansas City.
I like it.
No one's going to want to watch that. Have a good weekend. We'll see you at 7:10 first pitch. Brian Snow Show is on the way on WQEE. Braves Country HD. We'll keep the feed up. TGI Friday, y'all. Have a great one.
Have a good one.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. round. And then this year, you're not even going to make it past the Miami Marlins. You'll be fortunate if the Washington Nationals don't catch you. So that's what's going on in Mets baseball. Mets baseball is a complete rebuild next year. I hate to tell you, Mets fans, they're going to add a couple of pieces and make you think something's changing. It's going to be another sucko season. What they really need to do is tear the whole damn thing down, get younger, build around nothing but prospects, go ahead and take a back seat like the Braves did for a couple of seasons. You come back 2-3 years later, you are ready to rock. Braves have won that division 5 years in a row. They did it because they took a couple of steps back. They won the World Series. Astros took a step back, won the World Series. Cubs, same thing, won the World Series. It has been proven that if you build within and not try to just buy everything off the pay for the highest bid, you will win in baseball quicker than you will do any of that others. It's a waste of money, a waste of time if you're a Mets fan. All right, let's go ahead and pick to click tonight with McGill on the mound. Give me Matt Olson. Matt Olson, righty-lefty combo, sees him a couple of times, booyah out the yard. Going to go with that, and I'll say Charlie Morton pitches a little better. Braves win tonight. We'll take 6-2. 6-2 Atlanta. Maybe 6-3, but 6-2. And there you go. All right, let's take a quick break.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare of us bursting in Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Citi Field in New York, New York, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for your visiting Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. in right field. 26 home runs, 70 RBI, 53 stolen bases, and a .340 average. Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second. 26 homers, 81 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting .263. Austin Riley, 26 home runs, 70 RBI, 2 stolen bases with a .277 average. He's batting third and playing third. Matt Olson, your cleanup hitter, playing first with 40 home runs, 101 RBI, a stolen base, batting .267. Travis d'Arnaud is behind home plate, 9 homers, 29 RBI, batting .266. Marcell Ozuna with 23 home runs, 52 RBI, batting .235. And Eddie Rosario, batting seventh, in left field. He comes in with a .243 average, 16 home runs, 48 RBI, 1 stolen base. Orlando Arcia is batting eighth and playing short with 13 homers, 43 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .301. Michael Harris II has 11 home runs, 35 RBI, 15 stolen bases, a .292 average. He'll be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. On the mound for Atlanta tonight, Charlie Morton comes in 10-10 with a .386 ERA, 1.44 WHIP, 123 innings pitched and 2/3, 132 strikeouts, 120 hits allowed versus 58 walks and 13 home runs given up. He'll be going face-to-face with Tyler McGill, who's 6-5 with a 5.45 ERA, 1.68 WHIP, 76 innings pitched, 61 strikeouts, 89 hits allowed, 39 walks given up, and 11 home runs given away. Backing him up, coming to the bat in the bottom of the first inning for the New York Metropolitans, it's Brandon Nimmo playing center field. 15 home runs, 47 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .253. Francisco Lindor, shortstop, batting second. 22 homers, 69 RBI, 18 stolen bases, batting .246. Pete Alonso is batting third and playing first. 35 home runs, 87 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .227. And Jeff McNeil is the cleanup hitter tonight with 5 home runs, 38 RBI, batting .253 and 5 stolen bases. Francisco Alvarez is the catcher with 21 home runs, 44 RBI, and a .231 average. Daniel Vogelbach is the designated hitter, a .220 average, 7 home runs, 30 RBI. Vientos is playing third base with 2 home runs, 9 RBI, and a 198 average. Ortega is in left field. He has 1 stolen base and a 200 average through 25 at-bats. Mendick is the second baseman with 33 at-bats. He has 1 home run, 4 RBI, and a 212 average. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate is Jordan Baker. On the first base bag, it's Derek Thomas. Second base will be manned by Brennan Miller. And down the third base line, it's Trip Gibson. Atlanta Braves come in 72-41 on the year, 35-21 away from Truist Park. The New York Mets, 52-62, 28-24 at home. This is game one of a 4-game set. The Braves and Metropolitans have squared off 6 prior times this season. Your Atlanta Braves winning 5 of those 6. With 7 more left to play, 4 here in New York, 3 in Atlanta come August 21st. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Mets. Game 1 of the 4-game set. Uncle Charlie on the bump. Get your game face on, Braves Country, on a TGI Friday. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves are about to take on the New York Mets, and New York is wearing the black tops with the white pants, Mets across the chest. In blue are the numerals and the names, and in white, the numerals and Mets in blue outlined in orange along with the names. Braves are coming to the plate. Ronald Acuna Jr., we are wearing our road grays with Atlanta across the chest, tomahawk underneath, and it is baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way, Ronald Acuna Jr. is whistled in there, swatted back foul for a strike. It's 0-1. Ronald Acuna Jr., 340 average, 26 home runs, 70 RBI. The 0-1 pitch on the way, downstairs, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Tyler McGill, 5.45 ERA. A little deceiving. I believe he's a little better pitcher than that. Braves more likely to get to him the second time through the lineup, though. The 1-1 pitch swung on and sawed off foul. First base side, it's 1-2. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Go ahead and smash that like button. So we're here on a Friday night. The 1-2 pitch swung on and tapped foul in between third and home. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch from McGill raises the glove and lets it go. Right there at the knees, called for a low ball. I don't think McGill liked it. But he evens up the count at 2-2. Might have been a touch low. The 2-2 pitch. Check swing. It'll stay fair. It will stay fair. Down the first base line. Acuna tried to hold up. Instead, it goes into the glove of Alonso. He steps on first, and there's one away. So 1 down, and Ozzie Albies will come to the plate. Ozzie, first at bat of the night, 26 home runs. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie is outside wide. Fastball misses. It's 0-1. McGill fastball reaching up at 97 on that one. His fastest one so far. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, took something off of that one. Looked like the curveball, 12-6, and it's 1-1. Ozzie Albies, 263, 26 RBI, and 825 OPS. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and rifled foul towards the Mets dugout on the first base side. So a 1-2 count to Ozzie. The ninth pitch of the inning for Miguel. That one is a curveball in the dirt, well in front of the plate, probably about a 55-footer, and it's 2-2. Welcome in, everybody, to the chat. Hope you're having a good Friday evening. Braves Country Baseball coming your way. The 2-2 pitch swung on and lifted high and deep into center field. Don't think it's going to be quite enough. It is not. Brandon Nimmo is under it. Makes the catch for out number 2. A long out number 2, but into the deepest part of the park. We'll call it about a 400-foot out. It's 408 to the center field wall here at Citi Field in New York. So 2 down, Austin Riley comes to the plate, and he takes a swing, and that one is going to get roasted into the right center field gap. On it quickly is McNeil. He cuts it off before it can get to the wall. So it's a long single for Austin Riley, but our first hit of the night. Let's get it going, Braves Country. Took the pitch on the outside part of the plate and just drove it towards the gap. Good hustle by McNeil, prevented the double. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate here in the first inning. The first pitch on the way is just high for a ball. It's 1-0. Your home plate umpire, Jordan Baker, looking at his usual calls. Pretty consistent umpire, but calls more of lower strikes and a little wider east to west. The 1-0 pitch grabs his own curveball hanger. It's 1-1. He continues to hang that curveball. That thing will be gone. The 0-1 pitch. 1-1 pitch, excuse me. Curveball in the down and away. Might have been his slider. Still has more of like a 1-7 action. Soft pitch down below the zone, and off the plate, it's 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Olson, who leads the National League in home runs and major leagues in RBI. Pitch on the way, swing, and that ball's hit hard right on a bullet to Lindor. And that'll end the inning. So we'll be back in a flash. The Braves will head to the field. Charlie Morton on the bump.
So how did you two meet?
Actually, we met in gym locker room.
Yeah. Actually, it was in gym class. I was trying to climb the ropes and was spotting me. And I kept slipping and burning my thighs. And then finally I slipped and I fell on his head. Yeah, we've been close ever since.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
If only the world was less like this.
I could use a smoke.
Hey, put that out!
And more like this.
I could use a smoke.
You murderer! I might have children one day!
If you're around a smoker, you will die. Smokers may look relaxed and like they're having fun. Don't believe it. Vote yes on Proposition 421. Let's outlaw smoking everywhere, even in people's homes. Let's live in a world without smokers. Prohibition works. Let's prove it. Let's move up the food chain. It's time to smoke the smokers. Vote yes on Proposition 421.
Armchair.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Despite the ban, the Pythians became the first recorded all-black team to play a white team, the Philadelphia City Items, a group of newspapermen. The Pythians won 27-17. Their captain, Octavius Cato, was later killed in a Philadelphia race riot.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Charlie Morton is outside for a ball. It's 1-0, 94-mile-an-hour fastball to Brandon Nimmo. Brandon, 15 home runs on the year. The 1-0 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-0. Not a great start for Charlie Morton on this Friday night here in Queens, New York. The 2-0 pitch from Charlie. Fastball dots the eye on the outer edge. It's 2-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. The 2-1 pitch, bottom of the first inning, down below the knees. Ball 3-1. So not what you want to start with, and you can see the concern on Brian Snitker's face from the dugout. The 3-1 pitch just misses off the edge, ball 4. The Charlie Morton walks the first batter. Brandon Nimmo, who has speed, will now be standing on first base to start the inning. And coming to the plate, it's Francisco Alvarez. It looks like they changed up the batting order last minute. First pitch on the way to Alvarez is swung on and pops it up. Can of corn, high in the sky, deep into right field. Underneath it is Acuna, and there's one away. So it looks like I thought that was strange. First inning looks like Lindor has been benched for some reason. So we'll just go through it as we go about. But the Mets, this is just definition of Mets baseball this year, right? Unorganized as all get out. It's Nimmo, Alvarez, and McNeil now with Alonso batting cleanup. The first pitch on the way to McNeil is swung on, pops it up. Can of corn should be playable, very easily playable by Arcia, just past the dirt in short towards left field, and there's quickly 2 away. Phillies and Twins are underway. We'll keep you up to date on that and all the NFL scores going around. Not that it's not very interesting, but it is preseason. There are games being played. The first pitch on the way to Pete Alonso is well off the plate, wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Pete Alonso batting .227, though he does have 35 home runs. OPS is below 9 with 854, soon to be free agent. The 1-0 pitch, way off the plate, wide, 2-0. Conventional thought is that the Mets will re-sign him, though there's been a couple articles out there suggesting that they should not and will not re-sign him, that they're going to move on and try to go in a different direction. I think that would probably be a bad look, but the 2-0 pitch right there for a strike, drifts away, cutter. It's 0-1. 2-1, excuse me. The 2-1 to Alonso, runner on first, 2 out. Curveball well off the plate, 3-1. The Charlie Morton struggling once again. A lot of bases on balls here recently. He walked the first batter he saw. Now he's down 3-1 to Alonso. Anyway you look at it, it's been a bad count. The 3-1 pitch down below the knees, second pass, free pass of the evening, and there's 2 on and 2 out. That'll bring Daniel Vogelbach to the plate, or as we affectionately call him around here, Vogelfat. Daniel, career is 5 for 16 with 2 home runs versus Charlie Morton. Kind of makes sense because Charlie's curveball kind of goes right into the wheelhouse of his left-handed swing. He's got a slower swing, but he still does pack a punch. What you really want to do with Vogelfat is get one on the ground. The first pitch on the way is a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. It's that back foot curveball that almost hit him. Last thing you want to do is load the bases this early. Charlie Morton on the ropes already. Walking 2 of the first 4 batteries he's faced. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Out in front of the curve, it's 1-2. Daniel Vogelbach from Orlando, Florida. They say his nickname is the Babe. The 1-2 pitch. Down below the knees. Changeup misses. It's 2-2. So he's got a 2-2 count. He's got 2 on, 2 out, and he's 1 ball away from getting a full count and the runners being on the move. Nimmo doesn't really need a head start. He's got wheels, but Alonso could really pay dividends on that. The 2-2 pitch. Downstairs, try to get him to chase that curveball. 3-2. The 3-2. Runners on the move. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Morton somehow gets out of that. Curveball got him to swing and miss, and that'll end the inning. So they threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash. Middle of the Braves order coming to the plate.
So how did you 2 meet?
Oh, actually, we met in the gym locker room.
Yeah. Actually, it was in gym class. I was trying to climb the ropes, and it was spotting me. And I kept slipping and burning my thighs. And then finally I slipped and I fell on his head. We've been close ever since.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
If only the world was less like this.
I could use a smoke.
Hey, put that out!
And more like this.
I could use a smoke.
You murderer! I might have children one day!
If you're around a smoker, you will die. Smokers may look relaxed and like they're having fun. Don't believe it. Vote yes on Proposition 421. Let's outlaw smoking everywhere, even in people's homes. Let's live in a world without smokers. Prohibition works. Let's prove it. Let's move up the food chain. It's time to smoke the smokers. Vote yes on Proposition 421.
Armchair.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Despite the ban, the Pythians became the first recorded all-black team to play a white team, the Philadelphia City Items, a group of newspapermen. The Pythians won 27-17. Their captain, Octavius Cato, was later killed in a Philadelphia race riot.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves nothing with the Mets. This is top of the second inning. First pitch to Travis d'Arnaud is swung on and fouled out of play. Quickly down 0-1. Travis d'Arnaud batting .266 on the year. 9 home runs, 29 RBI, 806 OPS. The pitch on the way, down and off the plate. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Miguel. Swung on and fouled back out of play. 1-2. Looks like he went with the fastball up top. So d'Arnaud down 1-2. Looks like a bit of a sun is kind of in his eyes off a reflection. The 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded over to first. Making a diving catch is Alonso. Good shovel backhanded to Miguel, who's covering first. And there's one away. Travis d'Arnaud, always known as a New York Mets killer. Another ball that was well placed. It was just a very good defensive play by Alonso. Russell says we'll take the polar bear. Where is he going to play? So that'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna takes a swing and a miss. Curveball down and away. It's 0-1. We're going to try to get him out there in left field. The 0-1 to Marcell. Miguel lets it go. Swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 0-2. The Big Zoo, 23 home runs, 52 RBI, a 773 OPS. Solid season for Marcell. The 0-2 pitch down below the knees. 1-2. One out, nobody on. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees. Called for a low strike 3. That's Jordan Baker's MO. And there's 2 away. Baker will give that low strike he always has. Doesn't give a lot of high strikes, but he'll give you the one that's down below the knees. So you kind of have to adjust to that. Remember seeing Baker several times. He's very consistent at calling a poor game. We'll just put it that way. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario's down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. I think most players basically they'll take it because if they at least know where the strike zone is, that they've got a fighting chance. The 1-0 to Eddie. Lets it go. Fastball right down the middle. 96 taken all the way. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Easy play in center field. Nemo's got it, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Mets, bottom of the second.
I lost my virginity to my cousin Jeannie. It was my Uncle Murray's funeral. We were all back at my Aunt Barbara's house. Our eyes locked over the pickled herring. We never meant for it to happen. To this day, I can't look at pickled herring without being aroused and ashamed. Oh, cousin Jeannie.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Your life is so dumb.
Braves Country Radio. Everybody was asking for your pick all afternoon long, and you said I have to go on Braves Country Radio first to give my pick, and then I will tweet it out. Okay, so what is
this? What is this Braves Radio? I mean,
they gave me an interview about gambling for 15, 20 minutes.
Armchair.
Bad food and overpriced drink had been sold at ballparks since the 1850s, but it took one very ambitious British-born caterer to turn concessions into an empire. Harry M. Stevens had begun his career hawking scorecards in the 1880s, all the while regaling the crowds with quotes from Byron and Shakespeare. By 1901, he was peddling hard-boiled eggs, ham sandwiches, ice cream, and slices of pie in stadiums from New York to Ohio. Then, one cold afternoon, when ice cream sales slowed at the Polo Grounds, he sent out for German sausages, which he put in long buns so fans could hold and eat them. He had made his greatest contribution to the game, introducing hot dogs to the ballpark.
Welcome back. Braves Country Baseball. Charlie Morton goes back to work. Vientos comes in, takes the first pitch for a low strike at the knees. It's 0-1. That'll be the theme of the night, the low strike, which may play into Charlie's hand. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, curveball off the edge. It's 0-2. You may recognize the name Mark Vientos. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, that ball's hit hard. A one-hopper just past Riley into left field. And it's a leadoff single for the New York Mets. Pretty highly touted prospect for the Mets. Mark Vientos, 23 years old. Went to American Heritage High School in Plantation, Florida. Drafted by the Mets in 2017 in the second round. Originally from Norwalk, Connecticut, so he's essentially home. That'll bring Ortega to the plate. Rafael Ortega, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Rafael Ortega, 32 years old. Been around quite a bit. Even played for the Braves in 2019 for a stint. The 1-0 from Charlie lets it go. Swing, and that ball's laced into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And there's two on. Nobody out. Vientos slips and falls at second, but hops back up. Gets back in time before the ball gets into the infield. And that'll bring up the shortstop, Jonathan Arouse, 25-year-old from Panama. Played for Boston before the New York Mets in 2020 and 2021. Also played for Baltimore for a little bit in 22, along with Boston. The first pitch on the way, drops a bunt, just goes foul. It's 0-1. Arouse, batting 154, 2 RBI on the year, 368 OPS. The 0-1 pitch, down and in. Look like the sinker. It's 1-1. The Rome Braves announced that they were changing their moniker, their name tonight. The 1-1 pitch dropped for a bunt, 1-2. A lot of the fans are not happy with it. It looks like Francisco Lindor was scratched from tonight's lineup with soreness in his right knee, having imaging done tomorrow to determine the extent. The 1-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to short. It's going to be a 6-4-3 double play. On the play, the runner from second does go to third, but the Braves get a much-needed 2 outs. If you're listening on radio, this wouldn't pertain to you, but if you're watching on YouTube and you see all this coming up, do not click on that. That is spam. We're trying to ban them all, but it is, they're trying to get your information. We put something out to YouTube to get all that stuff banned, but it hasn't quite worked yet. That'll bring the number 9 hitter to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. J.A. takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Quickly back to work. The 1-0 pitch. Misses. 2-0. Runner on third. 2 outs. The 2-0 pitch. Curveball right there at the knees, about just above the caps, about thigh high. 2-1. So down 2-0, he floats the curveball in there. Charlie now looking in. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses high. 0-1. 3-1, excuse me. Minnesota had jumped out to a 2-0 lead on Philadelphia, but now the game is tied 2-2. Dallas Keuchel trying to make a comeback. I was shocked when I saw him make his debut the other day, and he actually pitched decently. The 3-1 pitch, down and in, ball 4. So Charlie Morton had a chance to get out of this and walks another batter, and it goes back to the top of the order. And he's just, there's no other way to say it. He's having a terrible outing, has been very subpar his last several outings. Bring Brandon Nimmo to the plate. Nimmo took a walk the first time up. This time it's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball right down the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Nimmo famously will nipple and fight his way on, will eat a lot of pitches. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball right there upstairs. Bad call by Blue. It's 1-1. That one did clip the zone. Little off by what you're seeing on your screen. It was a touch in and all right there on the plate. The 1-1. Morton lets it go. Curveball inside. Nimmo dances out of the way, 2-1. I'm a little surprised he didn't lean into that one. Normally he'll take a pitch on the leg, especially a soft curveball. That's that 1-7 curveball by Charlie. Or I guess it's really more an 11-5 coming from the right-hander. The 2-1 pitch. Top of the zone got that call, 2-2. Charlie famously throws that curveball at the left-handed batter's back foot when he gets ahead, where he thinks he needs a swing and a miss, and he hits a lot of batters with that pitch. The 2-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is lifted into left field. Making the catch is Rosario, and that'll end the inning. So the Mets threaten once again, but the Braves get out of it. We'll be back in a flash.
I lost my virginity.
Man, ESPN did all these layoffs today. They fired like 20 people, and now they're having a pizza party live on the air trying to improve that morale. I've seen Instagram memes about this. When the company does this, throw a pizza party. ESPN's actually doing this.
Something happened to this guy that has never happened again in Major League Baseball history. Danny Goodwin was initially drafted first overall by the Chicago White Sox in the 1971 Major League Baseball draft. Instead of signing with the White Sox, he decided to attend Southern University and A&M in Baton Rouge. Shortly after college, the Angels selected him with the number 1 overall pick in the 1975 Major League Baseball draft, and this time he signed for a Major League record of $150,000. He is the only person drafted with the first overall pick in the Major League Baseball draft twice. In 1979, he would have his best season, batting .289 with 5 home runs and 27 RBIs, all career highs. After his playing days, he served as the Atlanta Braves Director of Community Relations.
I don't think he was just taking Andro. I think Andro was one of many drugs that he was probably taking for a long period of time. And just a couple of weeks earlier, Randy Barnes, the gold medalist shot putter for the United States, was banned for life for using androstenedione. And here was McGuire being praised as the hero of the country, using the exact same thing. The idea was shoot the messenger. There was certainly not an embracing of the issue that we have a problem and we need to solve this problem. There was no sense in baseball that this is just the tip of the iceberg. We need to look further to see who else is using performance-enhancing drugs. If anything, it was more bury our heads in the sand, maybe it'll go away.
A columnist for the Boston Globe insisted, there's nothing sold in drugstores that can help you hit a home run in the big leagues. Andro, he wrote, was not that different from aspirin, prime rib, coffee, or Wheaties, and McGuire was just the victim of an unfair tabloid-driven controversy.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Orlando Arcia, very first at bat for him for the night. Takes the first pitch slider away. It's 1-0. Orlando hitting above 300 again at 301 on the year. 13 home runs, 43 RBI. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses outside. 1-1. Tyler McGill sitting at 29 pitches now, so pretty economical for the first 2 innings. The 2-0 from McGill. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swing and pops it up back foul. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Miguel lets it fly. Swung on, grounded over to third. Going to be a pretty easy play. Vientos, he'll make the flip over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out. One down. Michael Harris, the second. Harris takes the first pitch upstairs. Called for a high strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Right there. Fastball on the outer edge. 0-2. Michael Harris, 11 home runs, 35 RBI, and 807 OPS. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Blew it right by him. 99 up top. Put everything into that one, and there's 2 away. So 2 down. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes back up. Acuna, 0 for 1 with a ground out in the first. It was an excuse me swing. The first pitch on the way is a fastball, just kisses the black. It's 0-1. Outer edge. Ronald Acuna Jr. batting .339, 26 home runs. The 0-1 to Ronnie. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. A bullet, but right at Nemo, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down once again. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
So, I'm getting an eye job.
An eye job? You don't need an eye job.
I'm out there,
No,
George.
you're not out there.
I am too.
You're not out there. You can't be because I am out there. And if I see you out there, there's not enough voltage in this world to electroshock me back into coherence.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves Country.
Sorry I'm late.
Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
the first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh,
Braves country.
come here. Now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
I think those Boston fans actually won that series for the Pilgrims. We beat them 3 out of the first 4 games, and then they'd start singing that damn Tessie song. You could hardly play ball. They were singing Tessie so damn loud. Like when Honus Wagner came to bat, they'd sing, Honus, why do you hit so badly?
The Boston Americans made it 5 victories out of 8 games played, which gives them a clear title to the highest honor ever achieved in baseball, Boston Globe.
The games proved so popular that the two leagues decided to hold a championship series every year. A team from Boston had beaten a team from Pittsburgh just 650 miles away, but the owners insisted on calling it the World Series.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves. New York Mets, 0-0 your score. Francisco Alvarez, the hind catcher, takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. You're just joining us. Francisco Lindor scratched from the lineup last minute with, I believe they said, right knee pain, but regardless, he's getting looked at tomorrow. So don't expect him in the lineup tomorrow either. The 1-0 pitch is high and inside 2-0. Francisco Alvarez, one of the highly touted prospects in the Mets organization, takes a hack at the 2-0 pitch and swings and hits it high in the sky. Coming in, having to race in to make the catches, Harris, and there's one away. He's got a really compact swing, a nice swing, Alvarez does. His numbers haven't quite matched up to the hype, but he is just a rookie. He came up late last year for a few at-bats. That'll bring Jeff McNeil to the plate. McNeil 0 for 1 with the pop out in the first. On the left side, righty-lefty matchup, McNeil tends to choke up. The first pitch on the way. Fastball misses outside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Charlie. High and out of the zone, 2-0. Charlie Morton really hasn't had very good control tonight. The 2-0 pitch. Outside wide, 3-0. Charlie Morton has already walked 3. And down 3-0 here, the pitch on the way. Inside, ball 4. So another walk for Charlie Morton. 4 walks. We are here in the 3rd inning. You almost feel a phantom IL coming for Charlie, but so short-handed in the starting pitching. Another really big head scratcher why they did not make a move at the deadline. The first pitch on the way to Alonso is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. And there's no way that the Braves brass can say, well, we thought our pitching was okay, because these guys started their struggle a few weeks ago. The 1-0 from Charlie, down below the knees, 2-0. So he's down 2-0. He was already walked Alonso once. He's walked the New York Mets batters 4 times and only has 1 strikeout. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on and fouled off the plate. It's 2-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. The 2-1 pitch, down and in, 3-1. Charlie Morton, one ball away from walking yet another batter. The 3-1 delivery from Morton, swung on. That ball is belted down the left field line. Foul, but man, was that a hanger. It's 3-2. So a full count. Runner on first. Lonzo asked for time. And he was on that pitch. It was a hanger. Thankfully, he couldn't keep it straight. The 3-2 pitch. Off the plate, wide, ball 4. So now you got runners on first and second, one out. Once again, ducks all over the pond here in the third inning. Kranitz is going to come out and finally talk to him. I don't know how much he can do for him. This has been start after start after start with Morton. Go ahead and hit the scoreboard while we're waiting for Kranitz to get out there and talk to him and figure out what's going on. Your Atlanta Falcons lead the Dolphins 6-0 in the second quarter. Almost said inning. These are all the practice games in the NFL preseason. Packers and Bengals 14-6, Steelers and Bucks 7-7. Commanders and Browns are in a delay, and the Giants lead the Lions 6-3. As far as in games that matter tonight, Tampa Bay leads the Cleveland Guardians 3-2. Yankees over the Marlins 7-3. Oakland and Washington 2-2. So Daniel Vogelback comes to the plate, and the first pitch to him is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Throwing the sinker was trying to get Vogelback to swing that over and get into a double play. The 1-0 pitch just clips the top of the zone. It's 1-1. Reds lead the Pirates 3-0. Phillies now 6-2 over Minnesota. Dallas Keuchel experiment not going well. The 1-1 pitch swung on and tapped foul off the plate. 1-2. A lot of games are still waiting to get started. You got a lot of games in the Central and West Coast time zone tonight. Keep you up to date on those as they go along. The 1-2 pitch to Vogelback. Down and in. Curveball misses. 2-2. The 2-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chased a changeup off there. Really strange swing by Vogelback. He does not have a good looking swing if the pitch is away from him. He kind of is. It's almost like he's swinging a weed eater. So 2 down. You just wonder how long you can go with Morton. But with 4 games in the next 3 days, it's really hard to go to the bullpen very early. First pitch on the way to Mark Vientos is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 for Morton. Pitch right there for a strike. Curveball, 1-1. Charlie Morton has thrown 57 pitches, most of them for balls. He's 1 out away from getting out of this jam. 25 strikes in 57 throws. Wow. The 1-1 pitch swung on and just got a piece of that, taps it foul, and it's 1-2. The 2 down. Runner on first and second. Mets have reached 2 runners in each inning. The 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. Once again, you don't want to get this to a point where you get to 3-2 because then the runners are going to be going, and anything that drops down could be 2. So a 2-2 count to Vientos. Standing on deck is the left-hander Ortega. Charlie looks in the wind up the pitch. Swung on and drags that foul down the third base line, and we'll do it again. Two count. 2 on, 2 out. Deuces are wild here in the bottom of the third inning. Charlie Morton trying to dance around danger. His 61st pitch of the game is going to be delayed for a second. Vientos asks for time. Righty-righty matchup. Alonso on first, McNeil on second. The 2-2 pitch. Lets it go in the dirt, 3-2. So now he's in real danger because the runners are going to be off and running. And Alonso, who doesn't have great speed, is going to be given a head start with 2 away. The 3-2 pitch. Morton lets it go. Swing, and that ball's lifted high. Going back, calling off everyone is Orlando Arcia, and he'll make the play and somehow dance out of danger one more time. We'll dance through the raindrops and be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I got a short memory, just like when I was in the 3rd grade. 2 of the best years of my life.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Probably gotta have a conversation with the front office. I mean, you're trading our closer away.
Every time the Mets show a spark of life, we get Max Scherzer come in, and this guy does not really be here. It's clear he is a mental case. Anything goes wrong. It's a million excuses. Pitch clock, pitch count. Shut the pitch count up your Max. His belly up was stupid. Good God. And you know they're going to lose tomorrow. They're never getting to 500. Never.
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Baseball. It's a level playing field. There's equality. All of the inequalities in American life check their hat at the door. Once you're there, there's a sort of bleacher democracy that the banker can sit in the bleachers and converse with the working man next to him. Baseball exists under a kind of bell jar. It's impervious to change.
How many games are you going to win this year, Daddy?
Well, I'm going to win all I can, buddy.
How much is that, Dad?
Well, how many would you like to have me win?
Oh, about 45.
About 45. Well, I'll do the best I can. If I win 45, that isn't going to leave many for the other players to win, is it?
That's all right.
Well, I'll do the best I can anyway for you and the rest of the boys.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves. New York Mets. The first pitch on the way is a curveball right there on the inner cut to Ozzie Albies. Curveball hits for 0-1. The 0-1 to Ozzie, who's 0 for 1. Swung on and grounded down the first base line. It's 0-2. Braves have only got the one hit. Braves have only got the one base runner. Mets have had ducks all over the pond. So they've only got 2 hits. 5 walks by Morton if you're just joining. So 7 base runners already in 3 innings. The 0-2 pitch on the way to Ozzie in the dirt. Curveball, 1-2. It's one of those ones you kind of wish Ozzie had slowly tried to get out of the way and go down there and take first base. So a 1-2 count to Ozzie. McGill, righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Ozzie Albies down on strikes. Braves in the last stop of a long road trip. Played 3 in Chicago, 4 in Pittsburgh, and now 4 in 3 days are set in New York. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Austin, the lone Braves base runner tonight, he's 1 for 1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded foul behind home plate. 0-2. Braves with the highest exit velocity in Major League Baseball this season. It's really interesting. Braves, Rangers, and Yankees are in the top 5. 2 teams that are pretty much out of it. Angels and Cardinals are also in there. The 0-2 pitch swung on, curveball grounded towards the third base side, plenty foul, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Austin Riley, looking for his 3rd consecutive season of 30 home runs or more. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's lifted high and deep, going back on the track, off the wall. Austin Riley roasts an 0-2 pitch into center field, and the Atlanta Braves have something cooking here with 1 out, 1 on. Big Matt Olson coming to the plate. Fastball was right down Main Street. Looked like they were trying to throw him outside. Maybe that'll wake Atlanta up. They seem to be kind of in a daze, which is kind of understandable when you think about the schedule they've been on. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson takes the first pitch right there at the knees for a strike slider. It's 0-1. Matt Olson, 0 for 1, 40 home runs, 266 average. Atlanta Braves are 0 for versus McGill. Riley, 2 for 2. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is lifted down into left field. It is down for a base hit. Here comes Austin Riley. And the Atlanta Braves, Matt Olson, trying to figure out what happened here. Did he stay? Matt Olson is on for a single. I think Austin Riley actually backtracked and went to the bag. I think he was blocked. He did. He was blocked by the shortstop. He was heading towards third and then put on the brakes, was blocked by the shortstop. And I don't know what Ron Washington was doing at third, but he wasn't calling for Riley to come because he had a much better angle of it. So Riley couldn't figure it out from where his vantage point, and the Braves have runners on first and second, 1 out. The first pitch is swung on. That ball's lifted into center field, quickly back into the infield, and there's 2 away. Travis d'Arnaud hit that ball in a line, but right at Nemo. Riley close to getting doubled up. So at first glance, I think most fans would think that this is Riley's fault, but it really isn't. He could not see because the shortstop was in between him and the left fielder. Ron Washington's got to be being vocal and saying, come, 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 come. Instead, I don't know if he couldn't hear him or if he wasn't saying it. It didn't look like he was doing a whole lot of moving from the vantage point I just saw from the New York side of it. Marcell Ozuna takes the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch to Marcell, swing and a miss, strike. It's 1-1. Normally, I'd be all over a base runner that didn't take advantage of that, but you can see where his vantage point, Riley, was that shortstop that was blocking his view. And that's why you've got those base coaches there, because they've got much better angle and could see it. The 1-1 pitch, down and in, 2-1. Tried to get him to chase that slow curveball. If he gets doubled up there, everybody be ready to kill Riley for getting doubled up. So you're darned if you do and darned if you don't. But that's what the base coaches are there for. The 2-1 pitch. Curveball misses, 3-1. So a 3-1 count to Ozuna. Runners on first and second. You got Rosario standing on deck. So doubtful that Miguel's trying to pitch around Ozuna with the righty-lefty matchup next. The 3-1 pitch swung on and tapped over towards third. It's going to die in between third and home, and it is a base hit, and the bases are loaded. You couldn't have rolled that thing out there any better. It was dribbled, hit the grass, and then barely came off the grass. It never really made any kind of effort to roll towards the foul line. Instead, it just dies on the grass. So bases are loaded, ducks all over the pond. Eddie Rosario coming to the plate, but there are two away. Good hustle by Ozuna, too. He was busting it down that line. The first pitch on the way to Eddie is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. One 1-0 to Rosario. Bases juiced. 2 outs. The pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. 2-0. So you got a 2-0 count. Bases are loaded. He puts one down into the gap. It could clear them. They'll be running on the crack of the bat. Big moment for the Braves here in the top of the fourth, where they've really been outpitched so far, but Miguel on the ropes, the pitch on the way, swinging, and that ball's lifted into center field. It's going to get down, and it is off the glove, off the chest of Brandon Nimmo. Riley comes home to score. Olsen comes home to score. Ozuna comes home to score, and it's a bases clearing double. 3-0 your Atlanta Braves. Kind of fisted it in there into the outfield. They were playing Eddie pretty deep. So on the crack of the bat, like I was saying before, they were running. Ozuna was busting it around. Tell you what, for a big man, he really does move those arms. So he was busting it around second and third and kept going and going. Once you get his momentum going, there's no stopping him anyways. Ron Washington's like, yeah, come on. We're going to do more damage if we try to stop you. So 3-0 your score in a game where I think most Mets fans would agree that they missed a lot of opportunities. Hopefully this sit down will help Charlie Morton. You always worry about a long inning hurting a pitcher, but his way he's been missing the zone, hopefully it'll help. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia, as Miguel is still not off the ropes, is 1-0. One 1-0 to Orlando. Pitch on the way, down below the knees. Called it a ball. It's 2-0. So a 2-0 count. The pitch on the way, down below the knees, ball 3. So now 3-0. Three-0 count. The pitch on the way, ball 4. Whoa, mercy. Jordan Baker blew that one in a big way. They called it a strike. Unbelievably bad call. Snicker isn't saying one thing, come on, Snicker. You got to be vocal. The 3-1 pitch swung on and lifted high in the sky, and that's going to be an out into center field. You can tack that one on to the home plate umpire, Baker. Unbelievably bad call. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Armchair.
Look, I got some bad news. I guess there isn't a good way to tell you something like this. Your god-uncle died.
My god-uncle? There's no such thing as a god-uncle.
Yes, there is. It's your godfather's brother. You remember your god-uncle, Charlie.
Oh. Yeah, as much as I'd like to pay my respects, catch up with my god-cousins, and meet the god-neighbors, I have some urgent business that just can't wait until later.
All right, here's your popcorn and the remote. There, enjoy your show.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, you just joined us, scored 3 runs at the top of the 4th. Give Charlie Morton a 3-0 lead. He has struggled mightily so far, but has danced out of danger. He's given up 2 hits and 5 walks. But somehow has a 3-0 lead, has only struck out 2. Has thrown 28 strikes in 62 attempts. The first pitch on the way from Morton is a curveball, down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Rafael Ortega stands in, and the 1-0 pitch right there at the knees for a strike, 1-1. He's 1 for 1 with the single in the second inning. The 1-1 pitch dances inside. 2-1. The 2-1 delivery. Swing and a miss. Pulled something off of that. Looked like the changeup came in about 85, and we're sitting at 2-2. Due up in this inning, Rafael Ortega, he's going to call timeout. Mendick, the second baseman, and Arouse, the shortstop. Francisco Lindor was pulled out of the lineup just shortly before game time. The 2-2 pitch. High and out of the zone, 3-2. He said they're going to go for imaging tomorrow to check on his knee, Lindor, to see how long he'll be out. The 2-2 on the way, or 3-2 on the way, excuse me. Swing and fouls it back. Do it again at 3-2. Was looking around at a couple of the other outlets, and as the 3-2 pitch misses wide again, ball 4. So another walk. Another walk by Charlie Morton to start the 4th inning here. At some point, you got to get Tonkin up or somebody. The pitch on the way to the right-handed bat of Mendick is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. I know they want him to get things straightened out and everything that's going on with the schedule and everything, but he's just all over the place. The 0-1 pitch, 71st pitch of the night, swing and fouls it back out of play. It's 0-2. I'd say what's probably going through their head here is that they want them to try to get through at least the 4th inning, and now that they have a 3-0 lead, feel like that they've got something to play with. But the way the Braves bats have been quiet, you kind of wonder as the Charlie Morton flips it over to first to keep the runner close by. You got an 0-2 count on Mendick. The wind up the pitch, down and away, 1-2. Runner on first, nobody out. The 1-2 pitch, right there, top of the zone, called strike 3. Mendick, he was looking for the express and got the local. Curveball just kind of floated in there top. It was a hanger, but he got the call. Looked like it was a strike, but one of those ones that sure as soon as he let go, he'd like to have had back, because those are usually the ones that are deposited into the left field seats. So 1 down, and good quick move over to first. The runner's just back in under the tag. Braves 3, Mets nothing. Bottom of the 4th inning. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Curveball. 0-1. Mets, Braves. Bottom of the 4th, 3-0 your score. Swing and the runner's on the move, and good throw down the line, but a good jump is going to have a stolen base for the Mets. It was a swing and a miss strike. Picked a perfect pitch to go on the curveball. Just got him a little extra. Might have even had the hit and run on. Rouse swung and missed at the curveball. Travis d'Arnaud throwing from his knees. Man, that was close. I don't think they're going to try to look at it, but that was a pretty darn good throw by d'Arnaud. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and lifts it high, not very deep into left field. Underneath it is Rosario for out number 2. Runner will chase back to second. Looking at the replay again, this time I'm looking at the New York feed. I'll tell you what, he may have actually got him. Before his pad hit the bag, it looked like the glove hit his back, but obviously too late now. The first pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back out of play by Brandon Nimmo. Leadoff batter up again. So they haven't put a run on the board, but when you walk all these guys and let all these guys on base, the other thing you do This is the third time through the lineup when we are in the fourth inning. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and taps that foul off the plate. It's 0-2. And in this day and age where you have all that information at your fingertips, the iPads and the videos and whatnot, seeing a guy a third time through the lineup, it's a big advantage, especially in the fourth inning. No chance that he sees him a fourth time. The 0-2. Charlie lets it go off the plate wide. Misses. Looked like he was trying to get him to chase that change. 1-2. A 1-2 count. Brandon Nimmo 0 for 1 with a walk. Signed a big contract in the offseason. Be a Met for another 7 years after this one. The 1-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Pitch on the way. Down below the knees. Did he go? He did not. 3-2. The 2-2 or 3-2, excuse me. Pitch on the way, 2 outs. Curveball, clipped the edge of the zone, but Jordan Baker, blind as a bat, calls it ball 4. Unbelievably bad night at the plate for the umpire. You might be able to make an argument that that was a ball, but it looked like it actually hit the zone. That'll bring Alvarez to the plate. The tying run takes a hack and a swing and a miss. The first pitch, it's 0-1. The 0-1. On the way outside wide, curveball nowhere near the zone. Braves 3, Mets nothing, a 1-1 count, 2 outs. Hope you're enjoying your Friday night baseball here in Braves country. The 1-1 pitch, way outside wide, 2-1. Charlie Morton here in the fourth inning has now thrown 85 pitches. Of those 85 pitches, 40 have hit the strike zone. The 2-1 just grabs the edge, 2-2. So he goes back to the curveball to try to even up the count here. You got a 2-2 count. 2 on, 2 out. Deuces are wild here in the bottom of the fourth in New York. Braves just need 1 out, 1 strike to get out of this. Charlie gets back on the bump. Lifts the glove. His leg and fires. Curveball well outside wide. 3-2. So now that he tried to get him to chase again, they got the runners will be on the move. That's why you'd really like to see him be a little more aggressive on a 2-2 count, because now you're setting it up much like the way the Braves scored. 2 could easily make it home on a long base hit. The 3-2 pitch swung on and hits it high, but not very deep. Underneath it is Acuna, and that'll end the inning. Thankfully, mercifully, we're out of that one. Braves lead at 3-0, but it's not what it seems like if you're just joining us.
You know, I think we really need to be in front of a television set. You take TV out of this relationship, it is just torture.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans. and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
New Year's resolutions. We've all made them. Mine is the same every year. Eat healthier. The eat part usually works out fine. It's the healthier part I forget about. But not anymore, now that I've found the oh-so-chocolatey Built Bar. Built Bars are low-cal, low-sugar, high-protein, high-fiber. Great for keto. Lose or maintain weight while indulging in a yummy treat. At 130 calories, you'll feel like making a resolution every day. Try all 18 amazing flavors. Get yours at BuiltBar.com.
They're talking good about you. You want to read that Twitter machine, man. Everybody's getting on that Twitter machine. You want to read it. My Twitter machine is turned off.
On October 1st, 1903, Nuffset and his Royal Rooters were among the first to pass through the turnstiles to see the Boston Pilgrims take on the Pittsburgh Pirates in the very first championship series between the two leagues. It would be a best-of-9 game contest. Realizing that this was a golden opportunity to prove the superiority of his new league, Van Johnson ordered the Boston owner to beat Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh had been favored to win, but Boston was aided by a series of disasters that undercut the Pirates. One pitcher had been injured. Their star shortstop, Honus Wagner, was playing hurt. And just as the series got underway, Ed Doheny, another pitcher, suffered a mental breakdown and was sent to an asylum.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Harris II takes the first pitch down for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, high and out of the zone, 95 up top. 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball is grounded over towards the left-hand side, making a diving stab, jumping to his feet, throwing it over to first. And Michael Harris II has a leadoff single. Tell you what, one heck of a defensive effort by Arise. Unbelievable defensive play. He's throwing off his back foot and almost gets Harris, who was busting it down the line. Alonso dropped the ball, but he would have been safe by about a half step anyways. But considering Harris's speed, pretty impressive throw. So one down, or one on, nobody out. And Acuna takes the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves lead at 3-0, but if you're just joining us, hasn't really felt like the Braves have been leading this game. We've had Mets runners all over the base paths, but one big hit cleared the bases for Rosario, and it's 3-0. Pitch on the way to Acuna is high and out of the zone. It's 2-0. The 2-0 to Ronnie. Harris on first. The ball hits for a strike, but gets away. And Michael Harris II is going to scoot on down to second base. It won't be a stolen base, but he is in scoring position. Backhanded attempt by Alvarez. So that'll be a pass ball on Alvarez. Runner on second. Pitch on the way to Acuna. Swung on and grounded foul hard down the third base line. Just foul. 2-2. Hard hit ball. Francisco Lindor, as we've mentioned a few times, was scratched last second, right before the game started. They're saying it's got something to do with the 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. Francisco Lindor out of the game last moment was scratched because of an injury to his knee. They're going to look at it tomorrow. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back. We'll do it again at 2-2. So Harris stands on second, nobody out, a 2-2 count. Ronald Acuna Jr., 0 for 2. He's had a couple of pretty good swings in this at bat on Miguel. The pitch on the way, down and in, ball 3. So a full count to Acuna. They're supposed to do imaging on Lindor tomorrow. The 3-2 to Acuna. Runner on second. Pitch on the way, high, ball 4, and we got runners on first and second. Nobody out. And Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Ozzie Albies, 0 for 2 with a fly out and a strikeout. Time is called. We got runners on first and second, nobody out. Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it straight back. Oh, 1 count. The Mets do have a right-hander getting up in the bullpen. The 0-1. Miguel looks back the runners, lets it fly. Up high. Did he go around? They're going to check down. Oh, man. Third base umpire, Trip Gibson, says Ozzie went around. Let's see what the... maybe. 0-2. The 0-2 to Ozzie. Pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's hit hard down the first base line. It's going to rattle around. Here comes Michael Harris. He'll score, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 4-0. Ozzie Albies is dead meat at second base. Trying to stretch it into a double. He got tagged on the back wallet. Ronald Acuna Jr. is at third. He had to hold up because it looked like the ball may be caught. It was hit behind Alonso. So being cautious base running, Acuna dove back. And Ozzie Albies, I think what his complaint is that the second baseman's knee was blocking the bag about 5 to 10 feet out in front of into the base paths, which he has a gripe there. But Snicker's not going to challenge it because, well, first pitch on the way to Austin Riley is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Poor judgment by second base umpire Brennan Miller. You got to give an open lane on every base, not just home plate. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high. Not deep enough to get out, but deep enough to score the 5th run. Tagging up is Ronald Acuna Jr. He'll jog home, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 5-0. Went down and got a changeup and just lifted it into the night. Gave that ball a ride. Austin Riley with the RBI. Acuna with the run scored. Matt Olson comes to the plate now with nobody on, 2 away. The first pitch, 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored, is away off the plate down. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and pops it up. That should be an easy out into center field, and that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 2 more on the board. It's 5-0 in New York. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
I don't know. You know, it seems like bad things are always happening to me. Like I have bad luck or something.
Son, you don't have bad luck. The reason that bad things happen to you is because you're a dumbass.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. When Mickey Mantle was a young prospect, he went to St. Louis to try out for the Browns. But because of his scrawniness and overall unimpressive physical appearance, the Browns didn't even let him on the field. Little did they know, they had just turned away one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
People who long for the good old days before ball players got rich should have been a ball player back then. It was hard. They slept 2 to a bed often in the hotels. In fact, Rube Waddell's bunkmate required Connie Mack to put in his contract that Rube Waddell was not allowed to eat crackers in bed.
One of the crosses that Connie Mack had to bear was Rube Waddell of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. When he went to sign Rube to his first contract, he was met at the station in Punxsutawney by all the town leaders as he and Rube were about to get on the train. And Mack was terrified that they had come to tell Rube not to sign for so little money, or that they wanted to keep him for the local team. And one of them stepped forward and said, "Mr. Mack, we're here to thank you for getting him off of our hands."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves. Lead 5-0. Charlie Morton, who I'm sure he would tell you himself he's had a terrible outing, but has found a way to fight through 4 innings. If he can get through 1 more, he'll be eligible for the W. First pitch on the way, swung on. That ball's hit hard into center field. Making the diving catch is Money Mike. He had to lay out and diving catch to keep the runner off base, and there's 1 away. Jeff McNeil looking out there like, are you kidding me? I don't know if y'all remember this, but Michael Harris II made a very similar catch against McNeil last year in the big series in Atlanta. See the comment, Bobby Cox would have challenged that. Bobby Cox would have gotten kicked out. That's how bad that was. The first pitch to Alonso is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fists it foul back against the screen. It's 0-2. Yeah, Bobby Cox has the record for ejections in Major League Baseball. I was actually at the game where he tied it against the Detroit Tigers. I'll never forget it because the crowd was egging him on. And when he went out there to talk to the umpire, I don't even remember the call. As time is called, Alonso steps out of the box. I just remember us all getting on our feet and chanting, Bobby, Bobby. As soon as he got kicked out, just the whole place went nuts. The 0-2 pitch, well outside wide, fastball misses to Alonso. It's 1-2. We were heading down there. I was living in the Middle Tennessee area at the time. We were heading down there with a Tiger fan, a couple of Braves fans. And I remember we were talking about how cool would it be as if he tied the record today, and sure enough, he did. The 1-2 pitch misses high and out of the zone, 2-2. So long ago that Justin Verlander, he was on the Tigers, and I can't remember if he was a rookie, but if he wasn't a rookie, he hadn't been in the league long. The 2-2 pitch from Charlie just clips the outside edge, misses for, I'm going to say, a wide ball or a narrow ball. It's 3-2. Charlie Morton, one down, full count. The payoff pitch. Swing and lifts it, reaches for it, pops it up. High in the sky, can of corn. With football season upon us, we'll say the fair catch is caught by Orlando Arcia in the middle of the diamond, and there's 2 away. So 2 down. Vogelbach coming to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Braves lead at 5-0, bottom of 5. Charlie Morton, 95 pitches. The first one on the way. Right there for a strike. Fastball. It's 0-1. That may have been his cutter, but that is his best pitch that he's thrown outer edge all night long. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees, misses. 1-1. Designated hitter Vogelbach is .217 batting average, 7 home runs. The 1-1 on the way, swung on, banged foul. It's 1-2. So Charlie Morton is 1 strike, 1 out away from going 5 scoreless and looking like a pretty decent scorecard, and he'll take it. He'll be eligible for the win if he can do it. The 1-2 pitch. Just below the knees, changeup misses, 2-2. You'd like to see the Braves get out of this and not have to use a reliever until the 6th. He's at 99 pitches, so very doubtful he goes to the 6th inning. The 2-2 pitch on the way, 100, swing and a miss, strike 3. Ball ricocheted up in the air, and Vogelbach doesn't even try to run away. The ball hit him and went flying around, but he waddles back to the dugout, and we'll take it. That'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
How so? How so? I'll tell you how so. She's bald.
What do you mean bald?
What do you think I mean bald? Bald. Bald, bald. She's bald. She's bald.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Make sure to listen to the Armchair Quarterbacks. Good enough for us down here in the bayou. Go Tigers and the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Yeah, the All-American man.
Found a rattlesnake by the shed door, told Grandpa, and he said, well, you know where the pistol is. I was 8.
Armchair.
And with 2 out, you talk about a roll of the dice. This is it. Trying to catch lightning right now. Sachs waiting on deck. But the game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone!
Now, new heroes emerged from Ruth's shadow. Luke Appling, Johnny Mize, Earl Averill. Mel Ott of the Giants was so feared at the plate that he was once intentionally walked with the bases loaded. Hack Wilson of the Cubs hit even harder than he drank. 1 year batting in 190 runs. Still a major league record. One writer said that Wilson was built along the lines of a beer keg and not unfamiliar with its contents.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is swung on, grounded over to right-hand side of the infield. Diving attempt by the second baseman, Mendick, but it's going to dribble through for a base hit, and Travis d'Arnaud is on with a leadoff single. Good piece of hitting by d'Arnaud. Just went with the pitch. It was on the outer edge, and he just shot it the other way. So 1 on, nobody out. Marcell Ozuna, who singled and scored a run earlier, coming to the plate. The first pitch on the way to Marcell is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozuna sitting on 23 home runs, 52 RBI. The 1-0 misses high, 2-0. Standing on deck, is Rosario. The 2-0 pitch swung on, grounded hard on the ground, and fires it over to first. And Young and Ozuna believe he's safe. The umpire called him out. It looked like, from their vantage point, that Alonso came off the bag, but they called him out. d'Arnaud is safe at second, 1 away. Have to see the replay. I think he held the bag. So I think that was just wishful thinking. So it was a productive out because it got d'Arnaud into scoring position. So runner on second, 1 down. Pitch on the way to Rosario is right there down below the knees for a strike. It's on 1. The 0-1 to Rosario. Questionable strike at that. Swung on. That ball's lifted into deep center field, going back on the track. Over Brandon Nimmo's head. It's going to get off the wall. Here comes Travis d'Arnaud, and the Braves have put a 6-pack on the board. It's 6-0. Eddie Rosario with another RBI double. This one just 1 RBI. Eddie Rosario, 4 RBIs on the night, and the Braves lead it 6-0. Buck Showalter's going to come out, and I believe he's making a pitching change. We'll take the break with him. Just past Brandon Nimmo. He had full extension, tried to leap to make the catch, but probably missed it by about 2 or 3 feet. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Braves lead it 6-0.
Hey, this isn't my coffee. Where's my finely ground quinoa blend from Starbucks?
That's it. Daphne put an eggshell and some allspice in it.
Didn't that just dress it up? Let us get something clear. I am not a morning person. I have to ease into my day slowly. First, I have my coffee. Sans eggshells or anything else one tends to pick out of the garbage.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
If there's anything I could change about the league to make it better, probably just all the guys sitting resting. That's the only thing I probably don't like. Just play, man. If you 80%, you got to play. I don't like all the sitting, missing games and stuff. Like these people might have enough money to come to one game. You know what I'm saying? And that might be the game they come to, and then you sitting out. You know what I'm saying? So I take pride in trying to play every game because I don't know. It might be one fan that has never seen me play, and I'm trying to play. So that's the only thing I don't like. Guys just sitting out.
Armchair.
Who is on first?
What are you asking me for? I don't know.
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com /@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Pitching change. The right-hander fires the first pitch, swing and a miss by Arcia. It's 0-1. Jimmy Yacobonis, the right-hander for the Mets. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate, wide, 1-1. Yacobonis, 31-year-old, 2-1 with an 8.1 this year. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball's hit hard on the ground. It's off the glove of Vientos. He flips it over to first in time, and it's a 5-3 putout. Hard hit ball came off his glove, but didn't go very far away, so Arcia wasn't able to take advantage of it. Yacobonis, 2-1 with an 8.1 ERA in 10 innings. Lifetime 6.19 ERA. Drafted by the Orioles back in 2013. The first pitch on the way to Michael Harris II. Down below the knees for a low strike. It's 0-1. He said his nickname is Yak. Considering his ERA, we'll just call him Jimmy Y. Pitch on the way to Harris, misses up top. It's 1-1. When I think of a Yak, I think of a strikeout. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Look like the changeup. It's 1-2. Braves 6. Mets nothing. The 1-2 pitch to Harris. High and inside, 2-2. The 2-2 to Harris. Rosario stands on second. Righty-lefty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track, making the catch at the wall for a long out number 3. Jimmy Y had jumped, unbelievably high. Holy cow. When the ball was hit, I think he thought that ball was gone. We'll be back in a flash.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Nobody's got anything bad to say about Dustin Pedroia. Okay, if he didn't mention Dustin Pedroia, I wouldn't have said a word. But the fact that he mentioned Big Papi in the steroid era, when you want to bring that clown, that joke of a player up, they broke a great player. Ted Williams was one of the greatest players ever. And the fact that you would bring the fact up that he broke his record after he's pumping steroids in his behind, I don't want to hear about it. Telling Wooten to pick a better Red Sox. You could have picked 10 better Red Sox than Big Papi.
I like him. I'm a Red Sox fan.
Of course you like him. You like the Gators. You like Aerosmith. There's a lot of things you like that the rest of the world don't. I'm just throwing it out there. Dude looks like a lady. I'm just saying. I don't know much, but I know one thing. Billy Bills gets to show game ball today.
Armchair.
You think about it. What is there in your life, besides your love of family maybe, that carries all the way through from almost your earliest recollections till the day you die, and you care about it in one way or another? There are very, very few things that make that list. We come to things at various times in our lives when we can comprehend them, when we have an interest in them. But we have a child's interest in baseball, in my case, from the time I was 5. I can't imagine never having an interest in baseball. So it will be one of the few things in my life that I have cared about in one way or another all the way through.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way. Charlie Morton is back out there, by the way. Hard to believe, but they're sending him back out there at 101 pitches. Pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike. Fastball. Vientos hits 1-1. So it's interesting on the New York feed last inning. I was about to mention it, and then the fireworks started with the offense, so it kind of slipped my mind. But you saw an exchange is the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2. Vientos 1 for 2. There was an exchange between Charlie Morton and Kranitz, and it didn't look like a heated exchange, don't get me wrong. It just looked like that they were having a pretty in-depth conversation, and evidently the question was, can you go back out there for one more? So Charlie goes back out there. The pitch on the way. 1-2 misses high, 2-2. He's gone cutter, changeup, sinker. 104 pitches. The pitch from Charlie Morton. Swing, and that ball's roasted into left field, down for a base hit. Hanger. And there's one on, nobody out. Morton at 105 pitches. So I do wonder how long they'll let him sit out there. That's it. Snicker gave him one chance, and he said, nope, you're not fine. We'll be back in a flash. But to be fair, in Charlie's defense, he hasn't pitched well all game, so this isn't something out of the norm. We'll be back in a flash.
Because I'm not trying to be a girl's Prince Charming. I'm trying to be that big mistake they made at the bar last night. Look, what's the first thing you say to a woman when you meet her?
Pleased to meet you. That's a handsome scarf pin.
No, you say, hi there. How's your relationship with your father? If she says anything positive, move along.
Well, here comes Fernando Valenzuela of the Los Angeles Dodgers. In there, strike 3. And so Valenzuela, who struck out the side in 84, and it's worth noting again, he got Winfield, Jackson, and Brett, has now taken care of Mattingly, Ripken, Barfield, and Whitaker. One countryman faces the other, and he would tie Carl Hubbell's mark here with another strike. Well, Higuera's made a little history thanks to Valenzuela. So Fernando has struck out the 5 he's faced.
But Jesus Christ, what do you expect me to do? I mean, that's what I damn get paid to do. Did you see us play UCLA? I mean, if you're not going to try to motivate somebody after that, then I'll be damned if I shouldn't even get paid. Anybody else?
Armchair.
See, Satchel did to black baseball just what Ruth did to white baseball. See, because Ruth kept the franchises going. This Ruth, after the Black Sox scandal, here comes a Ruth, and he brings it back. And this is the same thing that happened to us. This Satchel King, this is a guy that the people wanted to see, and he never failed.
The average black player was paid $200 to $300 a month. Page made several times that amount.
Welcome back to Breaks Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 6-0. Pierce Johnson will come into the game. Runner on first, nobody out, in relief of Charlie Morton. Morton's gone 5 innings. Gave up no runs, but is responsible for the man on first. The pitch on the way is a curveball just off the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. I think they were hoping they could get through the bottom of the order unscathed, but Snicker had seen enough. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and lifted high, not very deep into center field. Slams the bat down. Michael Harris, the second, makes the catch. And there's one away. So 1 on, 1 out. Danny Mendick, 0 for 2. Grounded to a double play and a strikeout. He's got a 200 average this season, the 565 OPS. Pierce Johnson, righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. right there for a strike curveball. It's 0-1. Charlie Morton goes 5 innings, gives up only 3 hits, but the 7 walks is the concern, 4 strikeouts. The 0-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Pierce Johnson lifts the glove and lets it fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. He's going to go take a seat on the pine as Pierce Johnson yaks him. And there's 2 away. Two down. JJ Arias comes in. He's starting for the injured Francisco Lindor. First pitch on the way is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, fastball outside. 0-2. Braves 6, Mets nothing. Bottom of the 6th inning. Hope you're enjoying your Friday night. Looking forward to a hot weekend, depending on where you're at. It's a scorcher around here. The 0-2 pitch. Johnson lets it go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. Blew it right by him. Up top. We'll be back in a flash. The top of the Atlanta Braves order coming to the plate.
You saved $1 a day for a year. Do you know how much money you'd have? Roughly $30,000.
What did you eat before and after a match?
The pre-match meal was probably 3 Miller Lights and 2 Tylenols. That was the pre-match meal. And then afterwards, the post-match meal was probably 12 Miller Lights.
What your birthday says about you, friend group edition. If you were born the 24th to the 26th, then you are the partier. You're friends with everybody. You don't care who comes over, who has a good time with you, as long as you're there. If you were born the 6th, then you're definitely the weird one out of the group, but you're still really funny and people love to hang out with you. Now, if you were born the 14th through the 16th, you were definitely more of the quiet person. You'd rather just have all your friends come over, watch movies, whatever, but you'll still go out. Now, if you were born the 9th or the 10th, then you're the type of person that tries to get out of everything. You don't want to party. You don't want to do anything. You just want to sit home by yourself.
On June 3rd, 1932, Lou Gehrig did something even Babe Ruth had never done. He hit 4 home runs in a single game. But that extraordinary feat got him few headlines the next day. Something even more important to baseball had happened. John McGraw was leaving the game.
After 30 years of continuous services, John Joseph McGraw has resigned as manager of the Giants. At the age of 59, Mr. McGraw steps down because of failing health, with his Giants in last place. Mr. McGraw was a product of the old school of baseball, when fistfights were common, when red liquor was sold at all the park, when only ladies of questionable social standing attended the game. To the end, he was faithful to his truculent creed. The last official act he performed as manager of the Giants was to file a protest with the league against Bill Clem, the umpire. Joe Williams, New York World Telegram.
He died 2 years later, mourned by many as the greatest of all baseball managers, the winner of 10 pennants.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. steps in. First pitch on the way is swung on and missed, kind of a slow swing. As Yacobonis is back out there, it's 0-1. Looked like it might have been his sweeper or curveball. Righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, 0-2. If you're listening to us on one of the CBS Sports affiliates, welcome into Braves Country Baseball. You can find us on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. We're here for all the Atlanta Braves games. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on. That ball's roasted over to left, over to the third base side. Backhanded by Vientos. A hot shot. The Keystone corner gets up and flips it over to first. Good defensive play by Vientos. One away. He has been a busy beaver over there. He has gotten hard hit after a hard hit over there tonight. Ronald Acuna Jr. heading back to first base. Back to the first base dugout, excuse me. Not sure what that was about, but they held up the game for a second. I don't know if Acuna had an issue. Nobody on. The 0-1 pitch to Ozzie is right there for a strike. It's 0-2. Or at least that's what I'm really confused because the screen is showing 0-1. I think it might just be an error on the New York side. The 0-1 pitch on the way called upstairs for a strike 0-2. So that kind of clarifies that. I thought maybe that Atlanta had been called for a clock violation, but I think that was just wishful thinking by New York's cast. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Guess it didn't matter. 3 pitches. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, and there's 2 away. So 2 down. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is swung on and sawed off foul over the first base dugout. It's 0-1. Austin Riley 2 for 2, a single, a double, an RBI, raising his batting average to 280 tonight. He has an 844 OPS. The 0-1 to Riley. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into left field. Going back on the track. Is it gone? It is gone, baby! Zip, boom, bam! Ramalama ding dong, a solo blast, in your Atlanta Braves kick the extra point. It's 7-0 Hot Atlanta. 377 happy feet over the wall. Yaka bonus, by the way, once again, that fly ball, he leaps. I like to get anyone else's opinion on this, but it's got to be, he's got to be leaping a good foot plus in the air when the balls get hits high. Like they just, almost like he's on springs. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Really strange for a major league pitcher to be reacting that way. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball misses. 1-1. They are now finally focusing on it on the New York cast. I was like, my God, I've never seen anyone do this on twice already tonight. The 1-1 pitch. Down below the knees, 2-1. Of course, the guy's got a career 6.1 ERA coming in tonight, and it has an 8.1 ERA this year. It didn't necessarily surprise you, but it is odd coming from a major league pitcher. The 2-1 pitch. Off the plate, down and away, 3-1. It's really more so something you would find at the Little League World Series has been going on for, seems like, the last 17 weeks. The 3-1 pitch in the dirt. And Matt Olson will take first base with 2 outs, 1 on. And Travis d'Arnaud, who has a base hit and has actually had 3 really well-hit balls tonight. 1 for 3. The single and a run scored, is coming to the plate. Because he's a former Met, and he is notoriously has very good games in New York versus the Mets. First pitch on the way, swung on and fouled off out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, and that ball is going to get shot down into the right center field gap. Gets down for a base hit. Cutting it off is Nemo. Matt Olson's going to go first to third with ease. And the Braves have something going here. 2 outs, runners on the corners. Good piece of hitting by d'Arnaud. Just kind of leaned into it, shot it towards right center. Mets were playing him pretty deep, but they were playing him at normal length. That thing's getting to the wall, but they were playing him deep to try to stop the bleeding. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna looks a little confused. It looks like Alvarez is going to go out there and talk to Yacobonis. The rookie's going to go out there and try to calm him down, probably say something to the effect of, dude, what is the deal with that jumping thing, man? You're embarrassing us. Top of the 7th inning. It's about that time to turn back time. We'll squeeze these in as we go along. As Alvarez heads back to the dish, Ozuna steps in with the runners on the corners, 2 outs. On this date, 1912, shoeless Joe Jackson, put him in the Hall of Fame, completes the stolen base cycle when he swipes home in the 7th inning of the Indians' 8-3 victory over New York at Cleveland's League Park. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is swung on and grounded back up against the backstop. It's 0-1. The 25-year-old shoeless Joe made his way around the bases by stealing second, third base before his theft of the plate to complete the deed. The 0-1 pitch to Ozuna swung on and grounded foul towards the third base dugout of the Atlanta Braves. Do it again at 0-2. We do have a turn back time for the Braves franchise. The 0-2 pitch. Lets it fly. Off the plate wide, 1-2. Good take by Marcell. On this date, 1940, Boston Bees, which are the Boston Braves, Boston Bees hurler Nick Stransfidich, completes an unusual unassisted twin killing. 1-1 is the 1-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and lifts foul out of play. Yacobonis leaping up and down on the mound again. It's 1-2. Got all kinds of tongue twisters here. Nick Stransfidich. God bless, I give up. Nick S. Got a 1-1 unassisted twin killing when he doubles up Joe Vosmick, the runner tying to score on an attempted squeeze play, signaled by the Dodger skipper Lee DeRocher. The 1-2 to Ozuna, swing and a miss, strike 3, chasing him off the plate. That'll end the inning. The Braves lead at 7-0. We'll finish this up real quick on the Braves turn back time as we're heading to the 7th inning. The Boston Southpaw catches the runner bunt in the air and continues running until he steps on third base, completing the double play to end the top of the 7th inning, which is where we're at, in the team's 3-0 loss to Brooklyn at Braves Field. We'll be back in a flash. Get up and stretch, Braves country, the 7th inning stretch.
It's a shame for
It's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be all game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me
You sound better tonight!
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Brad Hand comes in. Up 7-0. They'll turn to Hand. You do wonder who the odd man out is going to be in this bullpen. We got some guys hitting back, and it could be. You wouldn't think Hand could be left out, but you never know. He doesn't pitch well. First pitch on the way from Hand to Brandon Nimmo, lefty-lefty matchup. Just grabs the outer edge for a strike. That's a 7-0 strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play, 0-2. And on this date, 1951, WCBS television televises the first baseball game broadcast in color. The Dodgers 8-1 victory over the Boston Braves, the first game of a twin bill. Brooklyn's announcer, Red Barber, as the 0-2 pitch misses outside 1-2. And Connie Desmond provide the play-by-play commentary for Ebbets Field's contest, detailing Ralph Branca's victory, eventual 20-game winner, Warren Spahn. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. Do it again at 1-2. And that's your turn back time. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it back again. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on, grounded up the middle. That's going to get through for a base hit. Brad Hand tried to backhand it, but instead, it got right by him, and Brandon Nimmo's on with the base hit. Fairly hard hit ball. Would have taken an acrobatic play by Hand, and it was right in between second and short. So 1 on. Nobody out. Francisco Alvarez, who's 0 for 3, comes to the plate. Alvarez takes the first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Francisco Alvarez, 0 for 3, 3 flyouts. Braves lead at 7-0, bottom of the 7th inning. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, grounded hard over to short. Arcia's got it. It's going to be a 6, 4, 3, rally killing double play, and there's 2 down. Pretty funny quote that was put up on the board for the Mets broadcast. It said it's from Ty Cobb, for those of y'all that missed it, and he was asking 1959 how he would do in today's baseball. He said, I think I'd only hit 300, as the first pitch is swung on and lifted by McNeil down the line, but foul just out of play. It's 0-1. And they asked him, of course, Ty Cobb highest batting average of all time, 367. They asked him why he would only hit 300 in today's game. His answer was, well, I'm 73 years old. I remember seeing that quote years ago, but I haven't seen it in quite some time. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. It's 0-2. So 2 down. Brad Hand. 1 strike away from facing the minimum. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, that ball's belted down the first base line, but foul. We'll do it again. Braves 7, Mets nothing. Bottom of the 7th inning. 0-2 count from Hand. The lefty lifts the glove. The southpaw lets it fly. Swung on, back up the middle again, off the leg of Hand, and it's going to ricochet towards third for an infield single. Second pitch that's been hit right back up the middle. This one he couldn't avoid. There's 1 on, 2 outs. See where it hit him. Man, that almost looked like it hit him in the knee. It hit him right. It must have just missed his kneecap. I mean, just on the inside part of the right leg. They go out there to check on him, but he says he's okay. They're going to let him throw a couple. Make sure he's all right. We'll hit the scoreboard real quick. Cleveland trails Tampa Bay 8-6 in the 9th. Washington 4-2 over Oakland in the 7th. Cincinnati 7-2 in Pittsburgh. That game is in the 8th. Philly all over Minnesota 11-2. That was Dallas Keuchel on the mound. That might be his last hoorah. Cubs are up 6-1 on the Blue Jays in the 8th. First pitch on the way. Pete Alonso's high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. Angels in Houston as the 1-0 pitch. Up top for a strike, 1-1. Astros leading the Angels 7-2. That game is in the 4th. The 1-1 just misses inside, 2-1. Yankees did beat the Marlins. They held on and won that game 9-4. The 2-1 pitch. Did he go around? He did not. 3-1. Warming up in the Braves bullpen, right-hander Kirby Yates. The pitch on the way to Alonso. Lefty-righty matchup. Lets it fly. Fastball. Inside, ball 4. So an infield single that got smoked off his leg and now a walk has runners on first and second and 2 outs. So the Braves do lead 7-0. Last thing you want to do is start letting them climb back in. The pitch on the way. Right there for a strike on the outer edge to Daniel Vogelbach, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch just misses the side of the zone. So a 1-1 count to Vogelbach. Lefty-lefty matchup. Runners on first and second, 2 out. Inside, 2-1. You got to figure if the Mets were still in it and still fighting, they wouldn't have Vogelbach out there. They would have pinch hit in this spot. But considering the situation, Buck Showalter is going to let it ride. The 2-1 pitch. Misses off the plate wide, ball 3. Brad Hand, so close to getting out of this inning unscathed, has now worked himself into quite a mess. He's got a 3-1 count on Vogelbach. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is hammered into right field, but right at Ronald Acuna Jr. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. Mets threaten, put 2 on, but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
I started blasting. Bang! Bang! Well, I don't see so good, so I missed. Then they ran away. I ran after them.
Okay.
Bang! Try to shoot him in the back. But I don't want so good either. Anyway, you guys all think I'm a hero, and I'll accept that responsibility.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. Pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Slide here is your ex. But if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms to post, thumbs ups across her, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair.
fantasy football is easy.
Fantasy football time.
I think maybe the biggest appeal of baseball is that it looks so simple, it looks so familiar, and in its outward dimensions, it is still almost exactly the same game that we played when we were kids, or that we first saw with our fathers when we sat in the stands. There is a continuity there that is very attractive to us because so many other institutions that we have known have disappeared or fallen into disarray. Our families, our cities, our politics. But baseball feels the same. It feels very much the same, and I think this is probably its prime attraction.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead it 7-0, top of the 8th inning. Thank you, Bobby. Hope everyone's subscribing and smashing that like button so I can continue to do this for the Braves. The first pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario swung on and grounded over to first. Flipped over to get. They're going to let Jacobona stay out there. He covers the bag, and it's one down. DJ Stewart has come into right field. College baseball fans might remember DJ Stewart played for Florida State years ago. He's gotten quite a few at-bats for the Mets here the last couple of months. The first pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia from Jacobonis is right there for a strike down Main Street, 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into center field. Coming in, making the catch is Nimmo. And there's 2 away. It's such an odd thing, this Jacobonis kid. Well, that's the oddest thing about it. He's not a kid. If you're listening on radio and you can't see what I'm talking about, every single fly ball that is hit into the outfield, Jacobonis leaps with it. And it might be something to the effect where they just figure, well, we can't do anything about it, so just let him do it. But it's really odd. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. It's dumbfounding that none of the coaches that he's come along with has stopped him from doing that. The 0-1 pitch swung on and lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track at the wall. And that'll be the last out of the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Braves lead at 7-0. We'll be back in a flash.
Uh-oh.
What uh-oh?
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it. What?
It's a tell. You got to tell.
What tell? What's a tell?
When you ask someone about their relationship and they touch their face, you know it's not going too well. And the higher up on the face you go, the worse the relationship is getting. You know, it's like, pretty good. Not bad. I got to get out.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the 9th. Got him. They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets, it's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions. As Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions.
Armchair.
When the National League dropped 4 of its less profitable teams, Johnson saw his chance. He established new clubs in Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, snapped up newly unemployed players, then began raiding active National League rosters. Lured by an average of $500 more per season, 111 National League players jumped to Ban Johnson's brand new American League, including the great pitchers Cy Young and Rube Waddell and the notorious John McGraw. The National League owners complained, threatened, mounted lawsuits, quarreled among themselves, but they could do nothing. Ban Johnson was not going to go away.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves. Kirby Yates and company leads 7-0. Yates coming into the game. Looks like Tampa Bay had a walk-off. Trying to figure out who that is. I think it was Wander Franco, walk-off home run against Cleveland. Yeah, I'm almost positive that's who it was. I don't know how many guys were on, but they're celebrating. So I don't know if that was a solo shot. They'd already tied the game. I know at one point, last time I gave the update, it was 8-6. So I don't know if it was a tie game. It looks like it might have been. First pitch on the way from Yates to Vientos. He's been very busy in the field tonight. Swing and fouls it back. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Inside. Did he go around? He did not. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Braves 7, Mets nothing. The 1-2 on the way. Swung on and lifted high, deep into right field, drifting back on the track. Making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr. for a long, loud out number 1. So 1 down, and Kirby Yates will face Ortega. Ortega takes a swing at the first pitch right down Main Street for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Right there for a strike on the outer edge, 0-2. I wonder if anybody wants to spoil the end of the movie of how Max Scherzer ends up in October for him. The 0-2 pitch misses away 1-2. There's a reason why the Mets are paying $30-something million to get rid of him. The 1-2 on the way, down and away, 2-2. Braves 7, Mets nothing. The 2-2 pitch. Got him! Uncle Charlie right at the kneecaps. Lulled him to sleep for out number 2. The record may be better than the Rangers because the Atlanta Braves won the season series with Texas. The first pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball is lifted into right field, down for a base hit. And it's a 2-out single by Mendick. Danny Mendick. Took the fastball on the outer edge and just shot it to right field. Good piece of hitting by Mendick. The number 9 hitter, Arouse, who, if you're just joining us, starting at shortstop tonight because of Francisco Lindor parent injury. They weren't really so specific on how significant it may be, as the first pitch on the way to Arouse is right inside there for a strike. It's 0-1. They pulled him out of the lineup and they said they're going to do imaging on him tomorrow. Can't imagine he plays tomorrow with not a whole lot at stake. The 0-1 pitch misses outside wide, 1-1. All that money that they've spent on him, that contract well over $300 million, there's no way you're going to rush him back out there. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. So it's a silver lining for Arouse because it means he gets a chance to possibly play a few games this weekend. The 1-2 pitch. Down below the knee, splitter misses, 2-2. Hey, good to see you in there, Tanner. The 2-2 count. Runner on first, 2 outs. Swing, and that ball's fouled back. We'll do it again. Get you caught up on what's going on in the National Football League. The Falcons are going to put away the Dolphins 19-3 preseason action. Other scrimmages going on. Steelers 27-10 over the Buccaneers. Man, the Buccaneers are in for a long season. I know preseason doesn't mean anything, but the 2-2 pitch misses inside, ball 3-2. Whew, you talk about a boring game to watch. Imagine watching a preseason game that's heading to halftime and it's 7-2 Commanders-Browns. The 3-2 pitch just misses inside, ball 4. So Kirby Yates gets the first 2 outs pretty quickly, then gives up a base hit and walks the number 9 hitter. That'll bring up Brandon Nimmo. Packers 30-19 over the Bengals in the 4th. Giants trailing the Lions 14-13 in the 4th. I believe that is it. I believe I hit them all. First pitch on the way from Yates to DJ Stewart, who was brought in for Nimmo. Slipped my mind. Takes the pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 94 up top. It's 0-2. DJ Stewart, when he was playing college baseball, one of the better hitting players in the league. or in college baseball is what I'm trying to say. Excuse me. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball high and out of the zone, 1-2. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. The 1-2 count to Stewart. Lets it go. Fastball misses high, 2-2. There is a game later on tonight. Broncos at the Cardinals. The rest of your preseason action is tomorrow, I believe, and there are 2 games on Sunday. The 2-2 pitch. And Yates is going to be called for a balk. Kranitz looks absolutely out of his mind. He's trying to keep his cool. Yates is called for a balk, so it's a 2-2 count. Runner on second and third, 2 outs. The pitch on the way. Swing and grounded over towards first. Olson's got it, flips it to Yates, and he just tags the bag in time to end the inning. Yates was busting it down the line. So was Stewart. Got him by about a half step, and that'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash, heading to the 9th, leading by a touchdown in New York.
So, from now on, no more easygoing, devil-may-care, everybody's best friend dad. I'm cracking down, and I'm cracking down hard. Starting right now, fun time is over. So where was I for fun time?
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Wendy's only makes one kind of breakfast, your new favorite one. How do we do it? With fresh cracked eggs, oven-baked bacon, and flaky croissants. You know, the things your old breakfast wasn't doing. So toss that old news and its soggy eggs somewhere useful. And get to Wendy's. A sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant, and honey butter chicken biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
His livelihood was taken away after the 1920 season, and with it, really, his life. He lived another 30 years, but not very happily.
Joe Jackson played outlaw baseball in South Georgia for a time, then ran a liquor store in Greenville, South Carolina. Ty Cobb once came in for a fifth of bourbon. Jackson did not seem to recognize his old rival. Cobb finally asked, "Don't you know me, Joe?" "Sure, I know you, Ty," Jackson answered. "I just didn't think anyone I used to know up there wanted to recognize me again."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead 7-0, and Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. 0 for 3, a walk, a run scored. The 0-1 to Ronnie. Down and away. Did he go around? Yeah, he looked like he did. It's 0-2. Acuna doesn't like it, but it did look like he offered it, that one. The 0-2. On the way outside wide, 1-2. Braves 7, Mets nothing. Yacobonis out there doing yeoman's work. He's out there for yet another inning. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide. Did he go around? He did not. 2-2. The 2-2 count lets it fly. Swing and fisted foul down the line. We'll do it again. You almost wonder if Yacobonis might be getting DFA'd after tonight. They're wearing him out, and they're going to make a roster change tomorrow anyways. The 2-2 pitch. Check swing foul. Dribbles it down first base line. So a 2-2 count to Acuna. 0 for 3. Spencer Strider on the bump tomorrow. It's a doubleheader. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's blasted high and deep, going back on the track, at the wall on the warning track for a loud out number 1. Yacobonis hippity hopped again on the mound. You know, the other thing, other than it's just goofy and annoying looking, he's asking to tear an ACL or twist an ankle or something. Very rare do I pull against players, but I'd like to see this guy sit back down in the minors. It's annoying. And Ronald Acuna Jr., because it was a pitch timer violation. They keep showing Acuna walking into the dugout, but it was actually called on the pitcher. I guess all that hopping around got him a ball. The 1-0 right there, first strike, it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, way outside wide, 2-1. Not sure what the reasoning was for. I'm assuming he just wasn't engaged. The 2-1 lets it fly high and out of the zone. 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Ozzie Albies open stance from the left side. Yacobonis lets it fly, swing, and fouls it back. It's 3-2. The 3-2 pitch lets it go high and out of the zone, ball 4. They check down the third base line, but nowadays they will check almost every single pitch. It's a little absurd. We've talked about this before, but home plate umpire is supposed to be the one that asks for the appeal to prevent all these appeals. But today's umpire, they just go along with the flow. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is right there at the knees. First strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. On the way, swing, and fouls it high. Pops it up high into right field, easily making the catch is Stewart for out number 2. Yacobonis has 48 pitches on the night. Atlanta Braves sitting with the best record in baseball, 5 games in front of Texas and Tampa Bay, 2 in front of Baltimore, 4.5 in front of the Dodgers going into today's play, 7.5 in front of Houston. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is swung on and fouled straight back behind the backstop, and it's on 1. The 0-1 pitch. Lets it go right there at the knees. Bender, it's 0-2. Braves 7, Mets nothing. Top of the 9th inning. The 0-2 pitch. High and out of the zone, 1-2. The 1-2 to Matt Olson. Pitch outside the zone, 2-2. Two count to Olson. Runner on first, 2 outs. Yacobonis lets it go inside, ball 3, 3-2. So you got a full count now, which means the runner will be on the move. Three-two count to Olson. Runner on first, 2 outs. Yacobonis finally becomes set. And, man, does he work slow. The pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it back. I think he's run out of gas from all that hopping around on the mound. 3-2 count. Olson. Looking to possibly add to his 101 RBIs leading Major League Baseball. The 3-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hammered towards right field, right at Stewart, making the running catch, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll head to the 9th, needing 3 outs, leading 7-0.
No, you don't drink. You're just acting. In fact, last night at the bar, he was acting so good they had to carry him to his room.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Can we move the rubber back, pitching rubber back? How about just like a foot? How about 3 feet? How about that?
Have you ever thrown a ball 60 feet, 6 inches?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever hit the glove?
Yes, I have.
With a catcher squatting?
So every time with this. It's between here and here. It's almost nothing.
Okay.
Your son would barely know.
No, that's not true. Right now we have, up to today, because I looked at it, there's a starting pitcher's $115 million on the IL right now.
So that
and relief pitchers, there's $48 million.
And so this is going to cause more?
Yes!
What's happening now with the
Because my instinct is if I'm standing here and now I have to stand here, there's going to be a little more of a...
All those guys you say are getting hurt with your pitching rubber 60 feet, 6 inches. So maybe that's a problem.
Oh, okay. So let's bring it back
closer.
to second base. You move the mound back, the pitcher's rubber back. I don't care how much. There will be an increase in injury.
Stengel used a system he had learned long before while playing for John McGraw, platooning. Left-handed hitters would often be benched against left-handed pitchers. Right-handed hitters went for weeks without facing a right-handed starter. He also relied heavily on relief pitching.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Coming on to pitch, A.J. Minter. A little surprised that he's being asked to pitch with a 7-run lead, but want to get him some work in. Braves lead at 7-0. Minter trying to get a clean inning here. The first pitch on the way is swung on and lifted high into right field. Going back off the wall. Acuna will grab it. Alvarez will cruise into second with the leadoff double. First pitch swinging, and Francisco Alvarez sent it going. See the argument in the chat, and this pretty much will just shut up that notion. Texas Rangers are 1 game over 500 versus the National League. They are 20 games over 500 in the American League. Lefty-lefty matchup now. Jeff McNeil swings at the first pitch and fouls it straight back. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. High and out of the zone, 1-1. Runner on second, nobody out, bottom of the 9th inning. Braves lead at 7-0. If you're listening on radio, just catching up with us, is the pitch on the way, swung on and popped up foul, just out of play. Do it again at 1-2. Looks like they're going to pinch hit. Pinch hitter is standing on deck. Alvarez pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. 2-2. It would be Pete Alonso due up next, but they have a pinch hitter standing on deck. So his night is over. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. Drifting back, making the catch is Money Mike Harris. He'll fire it into the infield, and there's one away. Braves 7, Mets nothing. Bottom of the 9th inning. Hope to bring both games to you tomorrow. Not looking good with the likes below 100. I don't know if they're going to have me carry it or not. The pitch on the way to the new hitter for Alonso, Abraham Almonte, takes a mighty hack, fouls it deep into the seats. Well foul, nowhere close to fair territory. Man, that was a skyscraper. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Abraham Almonte, 34 years old, from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, and has been in and out of the majors since 2013. Even played with the Braves for a little bit in 2021. 0-2 count. Minter looking back the runner. Lefty-righty matchup lets it fly. In the dirt, 1-2. Abraham Almonte. 24 home runs lifetime. Lefty-righty matchup. Mentor, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the cutter. Got him off balance a little bit over on the edge, and there's good pitch by Mentor, by the way. Just dove off the edge. That actually might have been his change. I thought it was the cutter at first, but looking at it again, I think that was the change. So 2 down, and Daniel Vogelbach, last hope for the Mets. Lefty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way is right there for a strikeout or edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Mentor lets it go. Just misses high, 1-1. Vientos standing on deck. The game is at the plate. Vogelbach, a 1-1 count. Just grabs the outer edge, 1-2. He doesn't like it, but I mean, I don't think Daniel Vogelbach's getting the benefit of the doubt on a 7-0 game with 2 outs. The 1-2 pitch. On the way, called strike 3, and that'll end the game. So the Braves win it 7-0. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win 7-0. The Braves get the win against the New York Mets, the first game of a 4-game set. They'll have 2 games tomorrow. Not sure if we're bringing them now. But the Atlanta Braves win it. 72 wins and 41 losses coming into this. Game ball has to go to Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario, 2 for 4. 4 RBIs. The Atlanta Braves. Charlie Morton gets the win. It was a shaky win. 7 walks in the game. 4 strikeouts. 3 hits allowed, but he got through 5 innings, and that's all that really matters. Braves win one that was a kind of a walk in the park, but at the beginning, you never really knew how it was going to go because Charlie couldn't find the zone. But he finally found a way to dance out of fire, and the Braves get a much-needed victory. Win the first of a 4-game set. They got a doubleheader tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. I do believe we're going to bring the night game, but we got to get the likes up to a hunch on this broadcast if they're going to let me do the doubleheader. So we'll see what happens. But Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Have a great night, Braves country.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl were a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Braves fans. I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the Key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought if only Casey could but get a whack at that, We'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.